chicken fajitas. And beef tacos. About to smash. I hope you're eating good like me. Just a little something for Taco Tuesday. You know. How do I look? Okay. All right. Well, thank you for tuning in to another episode. No, but thank you for tuning in today. So, I'm glad I got that out the way. These last two videos, me talking about Freemasonry. It was kind of unexpected. It just came up kind of out of nowhere because I had meant to go on and do this message that I'm about to do today, but I ended up talking about Freemasonry and how it's Satanism, giving you the history in the past two videos. So definitely check those out. Does have important messages in there, but in this video, you are going to see past, clips from past videos that I have done. So they are going to be fused in. So there's that. But today's message is pretty much my message to the black man and black woman. The black woman and the black man. And so I want to start off by saying, just hear me out. You listen to everybody else. And also, okay, so, ladies, I'm dealing with you first. Ladies, I'm dealing with you first. And then I'm going to deal with the men. But I want to tell both black men and black women, if you go through my previous videos, you will see that I have already addressed the LGHD TV community, the community that I come from. Some call them the Libiquita community, LGBTQIA community. I've already addressed them. I recently have two videos showing me addressing them, showing what's the bad that goes on in our community, that we need to work on, that we need to address. And so I talk about, the trans, which is so funny to me because because I know there are going to be some trans that watch this. I often see some trans in the comments on other people's videos. Like I was watching another content creator's video, and he was talking about trans, and really wasn't saying nothing bad about the trans community, but all in the comment section it was, well, if you ain't trans, you shouldn't speak about trans. Well, that's not fair because trans speak about everybody. They speak on topics, so I feel like if it's going to be that energy of, well, black gay men or black men in general or black women or, lesbians or whoever, if they can't If they can't speak on trans because they're not trans, then okay, it should be a two-way street. Then trans shouldn't be able to speak on. But I don't believe that because I don't believe in censorship. I do not believe in censorship because next thing you know, if they censor them, then they'll be on to censor me. So I don't believe in that. But at any rate, I talk to the transgender community, talk to the LGBTQIA community. So now it's your turn. To the black woman, to the black man. And so the title was, and at first I was just gonna do two separate videos, but I said no, I'm gonna just do one long video because what I didn't want was, for a black one, because I know I'm just keeping it real. Some of y'all don't listen to listen. You only listen to respond. And so that's why I'm trying to make it plain that you can't just say, oh, well, before you go talking about before you go talking about black women, you need to talk about, I already talked about it. The issues in my community, I already talked about it. And so now I'm on you. And then black men is next. And the same for them. Oh, well, you ain't talked to the black woman about this. I already did. And I already talked to my community too. So now it's your turn. So this was going to be titled Savage Point of View from Strong Black Women to City Girls. My message to black women. And so the intro to this is just a general. It's just an intro. It's not solely to black women. That's why I said I wanted to do a full video. So before I get into the actual message, just a few things that I'm gonna talk about. So talk about the city girl culture and how it has turned men off from wifing them. And I'm only talking about this because I actually seen an article where it was talking about how men are not wanting to go out on dates, or they're not looking to take women out as much like how men used to. And this is not just with black men. This is like across the board. But specifically in our culture, men don't want to wife these types of women. They only want to have super adult happy fun time, thanks Nico, with them. They say it all the time. Of course, they want to see you with the BBL because men are visual. But does he want to see that BBL on you when you and him turn 65? Is the question. No, which is why he will find him a plain Jane type. The ones that you make fun of because she can't dress or have as much body as you do. Also, I'm going to talk about how Tupac even said nice girls don't like masculine, respectable guys, aka nice guys. Some feel masculinity is a man calling them a bitch or a hoe, slapping them around, mistreating them, and hitting them. Some black women do feel like that. This is a toxic wound that women need to heal. And then also, why I stopped being quote unquote friends with women in general, but just, overall black women. I stopped being friends with black women when I noticed that they use my sexuality to down other straight black men when they do things that they think is too feminine. You'll be quick to support black gay men, but then turn around and call a straight man gay. When you do this, You show how you truly feel about me. Unfortunately, I won't find out until I make you upset and end up in an argument with you. I stopped being friends with black women because it's just easier to beat them to the punch. I started to notice that we were the best of friends when they are single and lonely, but when they get a man and he don't like gay men, they will stop being friends with me until he used her up and sent her back angry and crying to me so that I could pick up the pieces. Done being your psychologist. Also, talk about the trauma that mothers put on their daughters and how women should stop leaving their kids with any and everybody. um and that's real, like, with all the essay and everything going on against kids, women have to be careful about who they leave their kids with. you know um you just meet a guy and all of a sudden, you leave him in your home, with your kids, and you really don't know him all that well. Gotta stop doing stuff like that. How can a woman who had 5+ kids and then raised none of them talk shit to her own family that raised her kids and put a roof over her head? So, that's just some of the things um, that I'm going to talk about. And then my message, it's kind of general because it's an intro. From your response alone, that's a white man's book. That's a white man's book. I know for a fact the following applies to you. Number one, you have no knowledge of the Bible. You are basing your views of the Bible from what you heard someone else say. Number two, I also know that you have not sat down and read the Bible cover to cover. You can lie to my face about if you have actually read the Bible, but you can't lie to the Creator in judgment. Negroes kill me with this not believing in the Bible, but soon as something happened to your mom, you are praying. When you are in a courtroom as a defendant before that sentence gets handed down, you are praying. Even when you don't want that baby to be yours, when she first tells you, I'm pregnant, and you know you are wrong for praying for it, but here you are praying you're not the daddy. Forget the fact that you shouldn't be fornicating in the first place, which the Bible teaches against. That is why you don't want the Bible to be real, because then you'd have to do. If the Bible is real, that means you can no longer live with off your baby mamas while you out screwing other women as well. Then you have the nerve to turn around and talk down on the woman you are cheating on while living in her house. Thank God, all black men are not like this. If a side chick was smart, she would take that sign and know if he did his main chick like that, what makes her any different? He will never leave the main chick for the side chick because he can use the main chick the most because she has been allowing it. Women need to think about that as well, because if you claim to be this God or better than a man, why do you time after time fall for a man's foolishness? What you allow, especially if it's your house, your apartment, man or woman, what you allow someone to do in your own household is a reflection on you as well. This applies to women who has abortions as well. It takes two. Some of you women really baffle my mind, and that is extremely hard to do. On one hand, some of you want all the glory, but you don't want the shame that you must endure to get that glory. You want to be able to say, I don't compare myself to men because I birthed them. My response is, you are a fool. Here's why. If you are a woman and claim to be in the truth or believe in the Bible, but you feel like the statement mentioned about not comparing yourself to a man because you birthed them is, wrong, answer me this, my pretty. In fact, all women answer. 1, how do you birth anything without a seed? You can't get yourself pregnant. If no men were around to spread seed, you women would not exist either. The Bible you claim to believe in says, ordered by the house of their fathers, in numerous places, such as Numbers 1, verse 4 and verse 44, Numbers 3, verse 15, Numbers 4 and verse 40, King James Version. What does that mean? It means that the male establishes the bloodline. Yes, you carry the seed, but it's the seed that carries the bloodline, which is why the woman takes the man's last name. Scientifically speaking, men carry the Y chromosome, which is what is traced when looking up ancestry. Women do not possess this chromosome. I know some people who do African American ancestry will probably feel some type of way, but oh well. I feel some type of way that they only use the mitochondrial DNA to trace maternal lines. To me, tracing the lineage of my paternal side is more important. Two main techniques are currently being used: mapping polymorphisms on the Y chromosome to trace paternal ancestry, and on mitochondrial DNA to trace maternal lines. Both techniques take advantage of the fact that some genetic material is passed down unchanged from parent to child. In the case of the Y chromosome, from father to son, and in the case of mitochondrial DNA, from mother to child, both male and female. The problem is that mapping Y chromosome and mitochondrial DNA polymorphisms will trace only two genetic lines on a family tree in which branches double with each preceding generation. For example, Y chromosome tracing will connect a man to his father, but not to his mother. And it will connect him to only one of his four grandparents, his paternal grandfather. In the same way, it will connect him to one of his 8 great grandparents and one of his 16 great great grandparents. Continue back in this manner for 14 generations, and the man will still be connected to only one ancestor in that generation. The test will not connect him to any of the other 383 ancestors in that generation to whom he is also related in equal measure. Also, not to hurt anyone's feelings, but the truth is, a woman's eggs will eventually fade, while the sperm can produce a child, even when the male is in his 70s. Now, there might still be some birth complications, and there might not be. But the bottom line is that sperm still gonna swim. You are right. You should not compare yourself to a man, and a man should not compare himself to a woman. That is homosexual behavior. The two cannot compare, but the two do need each other to survive. It's time for ladies to take accountability for the part they play in their mess. Once again, it's time for ladies to take accountability for the part that they play in their mess. Number 2, the God you claim to believe in and pray to is a man. His seed is a man as well as whom you claim to believe in. Our Creator and Savior are both masculine, and the Creator pulled woman from man. Adam was first, and then you came. This is not to say that you are the least, because you are not. The Holy Spirit is feminine. The Holy Spirit is woman. So you do play an especially important role, and you are loved. We are thankful for you, very thankful. I say it all the time. My mom, grandmother, aunts, sisters, and cousins are black women. So yes, I love the black woman, but some of you, with your way of thinking, have gotten way besides yourselves. All black men are not dogs. All black men have not mistreated you, but that is how a lot of you come off. Only the same ones that some of you have spread your legs to. If it's not marriage, then you are not above the consequences of your actions. Some of these consequences involve cheating on you, abuse, STDs, and abortions, in which you should not brag about giving birth, especially if you have had multiple abortions. How do you think the God you claim to be the God you claim to be blessed by feels when you brag about a gift that he gave you, which is an awesome gift that so many have aborted? That is what I mean when I say you want all the glory but no shame. I am tired of some of these black gay men speaking for black women. Yes, I said it. I am tired of some of these black gay men speaking for black women. This is some shit you don't see happening on the white side either. I am also tired of black gay men not telling their black women friends the truth. Ladies, I do want to ask you a question. How do you take advice from a fat gay black man who does not even wipe his ass good? That's not shade. He admitted that he does not wipe his ass on an interview that I see him doing. He is big, huge even, but there's nothing sexy about that man. There's nothing sexy about a gay man not being able to wipe his own ass, but always have something to say against heterosexual men. I do feel like we have so many issues within our own community. We need to fix us first, which is why I did address us first. But this is also a problem as well. But ladies really be hyping him up. Every time that he talks, he sounds like his blood pressure is running up. He sounds angry all the time. He looks like he is about 2 pork chops away from a massive heart attack or stroke, and he is just as loud as ever. I wonder, when are black women going to stop supporting any and everybody only to be used? I understand that women be needing moral support and all of that, but from him, no. As for him, he needs to have a can of Slim Fast and have several seats. He doesn't tell you the truth about yourself. And I think that's why many of you like him. And I think that's why a lot of y'all don't like Funky, because he tell y'all the truth about yourself too. I see it all the time on different posts. I seen an Instagram post about broken homes. I went through the comments and seen nothing but women putting all the blame on men. Ladies are wrong with this way of thinking. It takes two. Some of you act like you can't say, no glove, no love. Why is that? Is it because it's easier to just have raw sex and then blame the consequences solely on the man? Is the man creating a broken home? Yes, but you are too. That's the part you don't want to accept. Oh no, not you. Not sweet innocent you. Yes, you, honey. Because I have been your friend for years and I know the games that you all play as well. I'm not saying all black women are guilty of doing these things, but where there's smoke, there's fire. Once again, I am not saying that all black women are guilty of doing these things, but where there's smoke, there's fire. Also, let me say this, because I have mentioned abortion a couple times, but if you go through my earlier videos, I make it clear. And when I'm talking about abortion, I'm not talking to you that have been SA'd. I'm not talking to you that had to have, an abortion because it was either you or the baby at that time. I'm sorry that happened to you, to both situations, but I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. Keywords, 5+ abortions, I'm not talking to you. But what I don't like is how some women will try to latch on to situations like that, knowing that they use abortion for, for birth control. So, it's a difference. I am talking to a specific type when I am talking about abortion. I'm not talking to you that have been SA'd. I ain't talking to you that would, incest. I'm not talking to you that would medical complications. Um, it was either you or the baby. I'm not talking to you. So please, don't. I can't tell you what to do, but I'm not talking to you. If you choose to take it like I'm talking to you, just know this. I'm also not one of them people that's gonna, oh, I'm sorry, and I never. I'm not one of them. You better ask about me. I'm not saying all black women are guilty of doing these things, but where there's smoke, there's fire. And once again, I am not saying that all black women are guilty of doing these things, but where there's smoke, there's fire. You may feel that this is an attack on you, but it's truly not. I have already addressed the LGHDTV community, which is where I come from, and I will be addressing black hetero men shortly. Black women, I need you to understand that we all of us, gays, trans, hetero men, women, and the babies, have been used against each other. This all started during slavery with those damn Willie Lynch letters. If we want to break the curse, we need to recognize that we all have been used as puppets, and the government, who is ran by Esau, have been pulling the strings. Black women, I need you to understand that we all of us, gays, trans, hetero men, women, and the babies, have been used against each other. This all started during slavery with those damn Willie Lynch letters. If we want to break the curse, we need to recognize that we all have been used as puppets, and the government, who is ran by Esau, have been pulling the strings. First of all, I don't want you to think that all of your hard work was in vain. Baby, the way you have come up in regards to education and how many of you are top business women is nothing but phenomenal. When I say what I am about to say, I am not saying that you needed the help. I am not saying that you all are not the hardest working women on the face of the earth. I am not saying that you didn't bear great nations, kings even. I am not saying that you are weak. I'm not saying that you, as black women, are not capable of success, because you are. And you have. I need you to look beyond the help and see why you, speaking of black women and black gay men specifically, were given the help via government programs that many straight black men would not qualify for. It was to drive us further apart, causing jealousy and division among us, and it did. Not all black men are lazy and stupid. They can clearly see how they were left out in the cold, left down in the dark on purpose, while we, black gay men and black women, were brought in and elevated to the false light of the government. When welfare happened, women took the buyout.
Thing is, black women and black queer people have figured out a way how to navigate this society in a way that's a bit more successful than black men, generally speaking. That doesn't mean.
Now, I disagree with that. I do disagree with that because, see, it's not that we figured out a way. It's not that we figured out a way to navigate the world better than the heterosexual black man. No. See, the one who pulls the strings of all this shit, Esau, the white man, the one, the one who pulls the strings, he's the puppet master. And he lifted up, he elevated black women and black gay men because we are no threat to him. We are no threat. See, it's a chance that me or Craig is not going to reproduce. That's a chance, right? Because we're gay. So we're no threat to him. So it's kind of like, we'll let them pass because they no threat to us. They're going to die off and, whatever. Whatever. And you know that I am telling the truth about that. We are not seen as a threat to them. Black gay men. But, and with the women, they always love them, they always love them a piece of black ass. Okay? Men and women. And they love the BBC too. Because I've always said that, okay, think about it. And Maddie no porn. So think about it. How many times do you see a black man letting his black wife come in? I mean, they a couple, and they let some white man come in and screw the black woman while the man watched. No. But that happened all the time, flip it. That happens all the time. You see it. I don't know, is it cuckolds or whatever or pogs or whatever? I don't know, honey. But so, I mean, they love us. They have an infatuation. It's just they love us in the dark, but they hate us, in public. And so that's why I could never date, I could never date a white person. I couldn't. But, and then, I just feel like they can take the black woman and they can lay with her, and she's going to be elevated anyway because now she's laying with him. And when he drops his seed in her, he's going to produce biracial children. And we are what our fathers are. And I'm going to show you that too. I'm talking about this in my next lesson. I'm talking about this in my next lesson. Because we are the true children of Israel. We're the real Jews. And we was numbered by we were counted by our father's house, meaning it goes by the man. So the white man could take the black woman and he could just, drop seed in her, produce biracial kids, raise them up, and then his seed, which is, we see this 9 times out of 10, is going to probably date a white girl. And then when he drop his seed in her, now the child is coming out even more white. Doing away with the black woman side. And they studied this. They studied this during slavery. I can show this. If you don't believe me, there's a documentary called Whited Out. Watch number 2. Background check on the white man. Okay? And then, so once they keep going, because now his son done married a white girl and dropped seed in her. Now they done had kids. And if that continues, the whole black side to be whited out. Breed it out. So, and we as gay people don't want to recognize that. We do not want to recognize that because, and a lot of us struggle. A lot of us do struggle. Yes, I struggle. Oh, baby, I struggle. I don't know. I struggle. I can't stress it enough. But I mean, I'm still blessed. Oh, I'm still blessed. Oh, I'm still blessed. Don't get it twisted. Cause it's not as hard for me as it probably would be a Taekwon or a Rayshawn or a Pookie or one of those guys that probably do got kids and probably hanging with the wrong crowd. That's something that heterosexual black men gotta fix though. Because there's no excuse for that. How y'all group up, y'all hang with the wrong crowd. You know what I'm saying? And then you get in trouble. You leave your kids out here because you in jail. So y'all got a lot of stuff that y'all do gotta work on. So if that's but black gay men get in trouble too. So black gay men go to jail. So, but I'm just saying, we were kind of elevated, and you don't understand that this was an attack on the black man. And when they're talking about the black man, they mean the heterosexual black man, because those are the ones that's gonna get in that coup de cat and drop that seed and reproduce more little black boys. So that's the attack. It's not as it's. I mean, yeah, they came for us too. They came for us too with the whole HIV epidemic. Oh, they came for us because they hate us too. That's man-made. That's man-made. So they came for us too. But it was still gonna ricochet and hit the majority pool, which is the heterosexual black man and woman. Because you got in our culture these DL dudes that go over to that pool. So, like, sometimes I see it as arrogance, like what he just said, well, black gay men and black women have figured out a way to navigate. No, honey, no, no. The only reason why we was able to navigate is because a channel was opened up for us too. But it's like, okay, how can I explain this? Okay, you know how when a narcissist is done with one supply, his main supply, he like or the main supply has had enough of being drained and they finally move the fuck on. I've been there. And so what the narcissist will do, right? He'll go to somebody else who's unsuspecting and he'll treat them good as hell. He'll treat them good as hell. But it's to get back at that main supply. It's not for the benefit of the unsuspecting new supply. No. It's to get back at this main supply. So to me, what I'm trying to say is black heterosexual men would be that main supply. And black women and black gay men were the unsuspecting new victims. Because you see, he didn't give a fuck about us either. Hello, HIV, hello. Man-made by them, by their scientists. And you don't think it's possible? Oh, okay. Well, you ask the people that's in St. Louis during the 1950s, they got sprayed with tuberculosis. Ask them. Ask the Tuskegee Airmen who was injected with the syphilis. Ask them and see what they tell you. So that's my thoughts on that. I just think that we have a kind of arrogance, like, you know, and think about it. That's why, if you really, and that can kind of be tied into why they are reprimanded anytime like they say no homo or stuff like that. It's like when they just find that little half-breed boy, whatever his name is, I don't know, the little half-breed one, when they find him for $100,000 for saying no homo. It's but we all know that money is not going to the LGBTQIA community, and the damn sure ain't going to the black one if it did. So, it's to get back at them. It's to get back at that main supply. So all of and that's why I did this video, because and please don't take I love Craig. I love Craig. Like, I don't want to sleep with Craig, but I love Craig, I love Maddie. Like, I love Maddie. Like, she has said a lot of things that has resonated with me, like, set in my spirit, not even in a bad way, like, or anything like that. It's just, like, I know how it feels when she talk about her Aunt Darlene, because I have a Aunt Queen, and I just know how that feels. So I just think that, these people, the puppet master, have used all of us against each other. Hence the Willie Lynch letter. And we still doing this today. It's still in scenes like the ballroom scene when they have these like face categories, and they have the dark against the light face, big against little. What I would say, like, I mean, because most people, well, how it's supposed to be is the older people are supposed to be icons, but now they giving, people icons just for being in the scene for, not as long. So I guess, but at one point in time, the older icons versus the legends. So, I mean, like, we see it, it's fabricated in our way of living, in our culture, still affecting us. And until we break that, and I always say it's not a competition. It's not a competition. And I've said that like a few times in my book. Like, it's not a competition. It's not about who was done the worst. Both black men and black women was done horribly. What about the black men that did die for, their women, and the women still got raped? I mean, we seen it in the movies. Remember the movie that Mariah Carey was in? Remember how he shot that dude? How many times did that happen? The man just said, hey, and he turned around and blew him away. What about, what about today? What about when these girls, even today, be petty, getting into it with people, and then they go run and get a man, and then that man come back and he get blown away? So, yeah, men do die for, women. But like I said, I think it's not so much we learn to navigate. No, I don't think we were given a channel and we swam through that. A channel that was not open. but I believe it was open to get back at that main supply.
Illustrate for you. Okay, so I'm a slave and I was used to breed. So I'm on a plantation in Virginia and I'm there and I'm used as a stud. So the master makes me have babies with all of the women on that property. Then he sells me and now I'm in South Carolina and I'm used to breed there. Then that master sells me and then I'm now living in Maryland and I'm used to breed there. Now I'm in Connecticut and on and on and on and on and on. There's a pathology that is flowing through our bloodstream. And that is a part of the pathology. I believe that exists. Because what happens is you see the same shit happening right here in Atlanta, New York, Virginia, wherever. Black men are having children in the same communities, the same way they were being bred as slaves. You could have children.
But at the same point in time, we're not slaves, quote unquote, we're not slaves anymore. So now women have a choice. It's not like how it was back in the day. Women have a choice to lay down with these men. And that is the part that they are talking about when they say y'all don't hold women accountable like you do men. You're doing it right now. You're making it seem as if women today don't have a choice. They have a choice to lay down with these men. Okay? And I'm going to tell you something, and black women, you might not like this, but this is the truth. I have even had black women try to sleep with me. They know I'm gay. They know my situation. They know. And they still try to sleep with me. Okay? I was scrolling through social media. I was watching Kendra G. She had a light-skinned, handsome brother on her with dreads on her platform. And he came on and he was saying, he openly said that he was looking for men. He was looking for men. He was gay. He was upfront with it. Everything. Like, okay, this is a no-no, women. Like, no. Like, but guess who hit him up? Guess who was the majority hitting him up? Telling him that they could change him. Is he sure? Like, is he sure he's gay? And all of this stuff. But see, they don't want to talk about that, though. Women have a choice. They do not have to sleep with these guys. I've been friends with women that will run the guy that's trying to talk to her down. Oh yeah, I know he got a baby mama. I know and she ugly and all of this and this, running the baby mama down, running the kids down. Know that he's a bum, but she will go ahead and sleep with him anyway. And then when she get pregnant, now it's time to have an abortion. Well, he didn't have a condom. Well, why didn't you? Because you want the raw dick too. Women have a choice. Today they have a choice. So, yes, all of that did happen during slavery. Yes, that did happen. But guess what? Today, women do have a choice. And a lot of them still choose wrong.
I'm not saying that's the only.
This was the whole reason why I wanted to record this conversation and add my 2 little cents. I know all the other stuff, but this is the main meat and potatoes.
Why? Because they were giving you an incentive to become single. They were giving you incentives to kick men out the house so you can get more money. That's actually a bigger factor, to be honest with you.
I don't know if it's bigger.
You want me to tell you why?
It is. Oh, baby. It is. Because, see, me, I studied Negro history. I studied slavery. Because, in order to be able to tell you that, we are the children of Israel, I had to study our atrocities in Egypt and as well as in Mexico. So I can tell you all about that. Now, before welfare, 4 out of 5 Black homes have both parents in them. Both. Or we was poor as fuck. Or we was poor. Or we was poor. But both parents was in that house. Now follow me. Black women, you got tired of being poor. And I don't blame you. I mean, you got tired of being poor. Girl, you got tired of eating ketchup sandwiches without no bread. You got tired of eating, mud pie. Some of y'all, you got tired of it. You wanted some long and silky. You wanted your hair to be up in pins just like them white women. So, when the white man came, the government, you took the buyout. A lot of y'all did. A lot of y'all did. That's what he's talking about now. And that kicked the black man out of the home. That is where all of these problems that we see today, that's where it stems from. I know you don't want to agree with it, but it is. It is. Because I've already told you that black gay people and black women got a pass. We got a channel that was opened up. That's how we was able to navigate. See, because the attack was on us, yes, but the main attack was on the two brothers that y'all talking to. That's who the main attack was on. See, we all good, because it's a chance that none of us three that you see in this little triangle right here, these two and me, it's a chance that we won't reproduce. But them two that they talking to, it's a very good chance that they will produce. And that, my friend, is what the main attack was on. Oh yeah, they want us out too. Oh, but they definitely want to get them two brothers that y'all talking to out. And that is how they did it. With welfare.
Should I tell you then the marriage percentage was higher than it ever was until that happened. Once that happened, that's when the whole family thing really went to shit. Was when they started doing what was, I think it was it Cosmo? Something like that, where they had these rich white women that were living a luxurious life, telling women that were in middle classes and of other ethnic groups that, oh yeah, it's great to be single, it's great to do this, it's great to be on your own. And a lot of people adopted that mentality and went with it.
That happened. I disagree with the part where you say it happened. It played more of a part. And I disagree because the time period that pre-antebellum that I'm speaking about, black people weren't even allowed to get married. So it was against the law to even get married.
But we're talking about when.
Okay. So, yes, that might have been true. Black people might not have been allowed to get married by the government, but black people were still getting married, Craig. That's where you misspoke. See, when our ancestors jumped the broom, and they went back in that shack and they had sex, that consummated the marriage. See, this is why my video, and I'm going to put this in here. I'm going to put this in my Christmas lesson. And when I'm reading the Immaculate Conception, because this goes into what I'm actually speaking about. A lot of people have marriage, the whole marriage ordeal wrong. So a lot of the times because our ancestors are the true children of Israel, a lot of the times there was no paperwork. But you know who kept the records? The Most High. That's where soul ties come in. That's why we're not supposed to be out here just fucking and fucking and fucking. Because when you have sex, you are marrying somebody according to God. According to if you believe in God, the God that you claim to believe in, that's how he see it. That's why he instituted sex for reproduction purposes and marriage and coming together as one. That's what that means. It don't mean, to be at the bathhouse sucking 10 penises. Not saying that any one of them have done that. No, I say that all the time. That's just something that I say. It don't mean going to the party, with 400 people that's in the dark having sex. That's what sex was not intended for that. So when our ancestors jumped that broom and they went back in that shack and they laid together, they knew they knew each other. They's married now. That's how it is. That's why I'm going to put this in my lesson. Because I even use the scriptures. I even read the scriptures to show. So
when we were able to get married, we were getting married at high rates. Is that true or false?
We were getting married at high rates, but what you said was you think that the government had more of a role in why this breakdown happened, more so than what I just described with the plantation thing.
I do agree.
Sir, I don't think you know how big of an impact welfare was. The government instituted welfare. And then even if you still don't agree with that, the government instituted slavery. The government did this. Guess who runs the government? Esau. The white man, the cave dwellers. That's who runs the government. That's who did this. They came up here to kill the natives. And then they put us in slavery because we never kept our end of the covenant to the Most High. So, yes, the government did do this. Okay? It's levels to this shit. It's levels to this shit. So they came in with slavery. Then they came in with Jim Crow laws, black codes, redlining, all of this stuff to beat us down spiritually, emotionally, physically, mentally, because we never got the proper mental health that we deserve. So they came in with that, and then they circled back around with the left hook, which was welfare. And at the time, we didn't see how big of an impact this would have on us. See, they know how important the black man is, the heterosexual black man. They know that. They know that. That's why they have used many propaganda tactics. If you want to cross over into the Illuminati, talking about putting all the black men in dresses. In the NBA, making them carry purses. Well, some of them ain't even making them, but I believe that they had a plan to separate the black man and black woman, and they really wanted to because in war, women and children, I mean, they rape the women, and they even kill the children. So women and the children are really non-factors. It's the men, because the men is the one that gives life through that man's sperm.
I do.
And I'm saying that I disagree, because black people weren't even allowed to get married.
But black people was
but
getting married.
But when we were able to get married, we were doing it at a high rate. It wasn't until, and I'm talking about since we've had the ability.
The government may not have recognized the marriages, but do you think God didn't recognize the marriages? Do you think that man and that woman that made that decree to each other didn't recognize that? Because we could take it over to our side.
Want to do ever since that those things by the government have been put into place, our community has been the one that's been getting the butt end of the stick.
You right, Mo. Amen, Mo. You right, bro.
You summed it up for me, what I needed to hear. Thank you. When you said that y'all idolize niggas, they fuck off on a bunch of motherfucking bitches.
No, I said the community. Well, because let's be real. If we're going to be real,
that's the key. That's all I needed to hear.
But it is glorified. It is glorified not only by men, but by women too. Because nobody held a gun and made them women do the Nelly Tip Drill video. Nobody held a gun to them girls' head. No, they wanted to be seen. Nobody held a gun to them girls' head when they got on MC Hammer pumps with the bumps. Nobody held a gun to those girls' heads. Nobody held a gun to those girls' head who participated at Freaknik. They knew what they was going to do. They knew what they was going to do. They idolized it too. Why do you think female rap was started? And I love Lil' Kim down. I love Lil' Kim. But she plays a role in that. So it's on both sides. It's on both sides. How about this? What about this? They came together. They came together in a meeting with them Jewish people. Same people that own Viacom. They came together with them Jewish people, and they had a meeting where they was going to push out the conscious rap like Nas, KRS-One, and they was going to bring you niggas with attitude. In all factors, they have been playing. They've been a puppet master. You want to talk about drugs? Okay, you know about Freeway, Ricky Ross. And what happened with that? And it was all good. It was all good when it was our people. Oh, but now today that it's Kelly and Becky and Jason and Connor, now that it's them that we find are overdosing in the cars, now it's a problem. But when it was us, it wasn't no problem, because that was their plan. But guess who made it ricochet? The Most High. Now it's on y'all. So, yes, when Mo said that we as a community idolize this, we do. We do. Ain't these girls that's getting in these music videos and shaking it fast and all of that, ain't nobody holding no guns to these girls' heads. Now, when they go into these Hollywood parties and they getting the drugs put in the liquor and the wine and stuff, that's wrong. That's wrong. But honey, I'm gonna tell you like this, and I don't give a damn what nobody say. After a few times, everybody knew what R. Kelly was doing. Cause we gossip like no other. Everybody knew what that. You had people that was purposely going to the McDonald's to be scouted. But we don't want to talk about that. What about some of them mothers that do that to their own daughters, knowing that this man has a problem with young girls, but here you gonna parade your daughter in front of him? Yes, is he wrong? Yes, but the woman is playing it too, and she don't get talked about though. It's just focusing on him. So it's been like that for a long time. I agree with them, with what they're saying. I agree with Mo. And it's them Jewish people that has pushed that type of hip hop culture onto our people, while they have made millions off of us. First, they stole our bloodline. Well, they didn't steal our bloodline. Can't steal a bloodline, but they stole our culture. They stole our identity. They stole our gold. And then turned around and exploited us and made millions off of us. That is why there's no repentance for them.
But that means men and women. That means men and women.
No, women.
Why do y'all go after the same men?
Well, bitch, usually them niggas that we go after have coin.
So then, can you blame the man? You can't put all the blame on men. Then,
well,
if you're telling me that you guys are going after these men because they have money or they have something.
Well, here's the thing: would you rather cry in a motherfucking Maybach or a Honda?
Then why complain then?
If
you rather cry in a motherfucker, listen.
My point is, if that's what you choose, why are you complaining and why are you trying to put it?
My thing is, so you mean to tell me that? So one, dang, man got duped again. So you sold out to the white man, and then when that didn't work out for you, now you coming back to the black man, who's also sold out to the white man, with the money. And expecting them to treat you right. I don't know. I mean,
on men. Why can't it be both people chose wrongly, both people doing wrong?
Listen,
and
right, Mo.
When the feminine energy comes into walks into a relationship, when the feminine energy walks in, a feminine energy is coming in for a partner.
Yeah.
The masculine energy usually comes in for multiple.
That's what I'm trying to say.
For multiple partners.
That's not.
I've conquered this. What that's like.
That's not always true.
And after a while, when you are tired as a feminine energy of
what they just did is what Mo is talking about. So so I know plenty of men that have money and they look for partnership. It seems like to me, all the bad people meet the good people. Like, I don't know, and it's just lessons, and you gotta learn these lessons, and it's like, dang, two good people can't never just meet. You gotta go through all this bullshit, and so I don't agree with that. Because you got a lot of feminine energies who go in looking for coin. They go in looking to be taken care of. So it goes both ways, man. I agree with Mo. Mo, you are right on the money. It's both parties. I always say this all the time. It's not a competition. It's happening on both sides. Both sides are suffering. Both sides have suffered. Both sides have had casualties. But in just looking at things, our biggest downfall after not keeping the covenant, after not keeping, what we promised to the Most High, our biggest downfall was when women went on welfare, kicking a man out of the household. That was a major blow to the family aspect of black people, who are the real children of Israel. Before I forget, I just want to show you this, because I talk about this in the past few videos, and you are going to see this at some point. You're going to hear me talk about welfare and what happened. Yeah, I want to bask in this for a good long time, because I don't know where that's going to be in this video, but it's going to be somewhere. You'll know what I'm talking about when you see the when you see the finished product. But take a long look at this picture. Here we go. Before your oppressors gave you housing projects and welfare, 4 out of 5 black families had both parents at home. Craig the Writer Stewart. A simple Google search. According to historical data, the statement that before welfare, 4 out of 5 black families had both parents in the home is largely considered accurate, with census data showing that in the 1960s, a significant majority of black children lived in two-parent households before major changes in the welfare policies occurred. However, it's important to note that this is a generalization and specific percentages can vary depending on the study and time period analyzed. My thing is this. Okay, what were the major changes in welfare policies that occurred? You know what the major changes was? When they came up with that rule that in order to receive the benefits, the man could not be in the home. That was the a major change. They don't think that's a major change? That's a major change. Nah, when welfare happened, women took the buyout. I do believe women did not see the full plan that led to the results that our people are facing today. I believe this is a wound that black men carry. I believe this was the start to the demise of trust between black men and women. Think about it. Before welfare, we might have been poor, but we were poor together. Before welfare, 4 to 5 households had both parents in the home. Like I said, girl, we was po as fuck, but we were all in that home. Welfare came after MLK and his false dream speech that he didn't even write by himself. Yes, Stanley David Levison, 1912 through 1979, was a Jewish, there's that imposter connection again, New York businessman and attorney that helped MLK write the misleading speech. He was a close friend and advisor to Martin Luther King Jr. Clarence B. Jones also helped write the speech as well. Even if you are not a Bible believer, you will get a kick out of MLK's speech actually going against what the Bible says. Do me a favor and just read Jeremiah 23:25 through 28, King James Version. This is Jeremiah 23:25 through 28. I have heard what the prophets said, that prophesy lies in my name, saying, I have dreamed, I have dreamed. That is in there. You can look this up. I have, verse 25, Jeremiah 23, verse 25. I have heard what the prophets said, that prophesy lies in my name, saying, I have dreamed, I have dreamed. How long shall this be in the heart of the prophets that prophesy lies? Yea, they are prophets of the deceit of their own heart, which think to cause my people to forget my name by their dreams, which they tell every man to his neighbor, as their fathers have forgotten my name for Baal. The prophet that hath a dream, let him tell a dream, and he that hath my word, let him speak my word faithfully. What is the shaft to the wheat, saith the Lord? That's in Scripture. Now, my question for you is, did his dream come to pass? Did he not integrate his people into a burning house? Did you know that the Jewish imposters financed the civil rights movement? Did you know that MLK did not use a dark-skinned woman named Claudette Colvin, who refused to give up her seat on a segregated bus in Montgomery, Alabama, 9 months before Rosa Parks? Martin Luther King Jr. and other civil rights leaders didn't want to use Claudette Colvin as a symbol of the Montgomery bus boycott because they consider her too young and emotional. They also thought she would be seen as too militant. Instead, they chose Rosa Parks, who was more well known, had a more fair complexion, and was more respected. Colvin was 15 when she refused to give up her bus seat in Montgomery, Alabama on March 2nd, 1955. Colvin became pregnant later that summer, which added to the hostility towards her as she was shunned by parts of her community, black folk, after her arrest. Civil rights leaders wanted to make the most appealing protesters the most seen. Civil rights leaders wanted to make the most appealing protesters the most seen. They thought Parks would be more acceptable to the public. Parks was a well-known and respected NAACP secretary because she took the buyout as well as MLK. She was also seen having a natural gravitas. It is defined as seriousness and importance of manner causing feelings of respect and trust in others. That's colorist lingo for Rosa being looked at as lighter and brighter than Claudette. This matters because I need you to see how we, the regular hard-working black folk, all have been being scammed by the elite and our own people, celebrities, influencers, including the church leaderships who want privilege. These people are not for the advancement of their own people. They took money to help keep their people docile and overall underneath the foot of the government run by Esau, Mayo. Welfare led to the man being kicked out of the home, which would lead to a number of things that would affect our children of today. Do I believe the man being absent from the home plays a role in the increase of a child becoming LGBTQIA? Yes, I do. No one will ever get me to believe differently based on the studies and data that I have seen on this topic. I even spoke about it in the last chapter of my book. And if you want to see the last chapter of my book, it is already up. You know, you have to scroll like through my videos. You have to scroll all the way to the bottom. But, you know, you can start there. And I'll pretty much give you pretty much everything on me. I even spoke about it in the last chapter of my book. Do I believe the man being absent from the home is the sole reason for children who turn out LGBTQIA? No. There are other factors as well. Let me repeat that again. Do I believe the man being absent from the home is the sole reason for children who turn out LGBTQIA? No. There are other factors as well. I speak about this in the last chapter of my book. I'm not blaming this all on black women. Didn't you just read or hear me read that the government planned all of this? We were all just pawns. We all were just pawns. Welfare is why there is so many single black parent homes with the head of household being the black women. Now please note Please note, side note, please also note that the ditch that they dug for us is the same one that they fell in, because look who is predominantly on welfare, scamming the system and getting caught in the whole EBT scam rings. Esau, Mayo, white folk. Just like with drugs, narcs, it was all good when it was Pookie and Wanda on crack. Now that it's Colin and Becky who are ODing with their kids in the back seat, it's all of a sudden a sickness. Now it's an epidemic. The Most High has still been with us, fighting for us. And I was just watching, side note, I was just watching Funky Dineva, and he even was speaking something along on this topic, and he was speaking on this, and he even said that the country only spends about 7% of its money on resources, on stuff like welfare. Only 7% of the country's money is going. So clearly, we don't have a problem with welfare and stuff like that. How they try to make it seem like, I think he was reading on the topic. They was talking about taking junk food like off of, EBT welfare or whatever. You can't buy junk food no more. That's what they was trying to do. And so, which is, I think is senseless. Not everybody got a grocery store next to them. Sometimes you gotta go to the corner store. So whatever. But the country only spends 7% of its money on welfare and stuff like that. What this country spends its money mostly on is sending it over to Israel. It's sending it over to Ukraine. And military and whatever is involved with that, making weapons and all the different branches of the military and stuff like that. So that's what this country spends the most money on. So anyway, some of these black women have anger issues and they lash out at the kids. I have seen black women say, "What you crying like a girl for? Why you walking like a girl?" I have seen black women say, "Stop acting like a fag," and other things to their male child. This only puts thoughts into the child's mind. I know it did with me. I was called fag so much that it made me wonder what a fag is. What does it mean to be gay? And even though I was molested, I felt, well, they keep calling me this, so maybe I am. Is this every LGBTQIA person's experience? No. We all don't get to the Libiquita community the same way. I seen an Instagram story of a black woman who went viral for abusing her male child in front of his teacher. She was so aggressive with her son. Stuff like that is what I'm talking about. She pretty much emasculated her own son before he went into the world. And it's the same, with how some mothers are with their daughters, like, and I can speak on this because I've seen it. I come from I come from, both sides of my family are from the South, and I've seen the negativity, man. I've seen the negativity, that mothers have towards their daughters, jealous, secretly because their daughters might have graduated high school and was able to get a job, and it's just mean. I've seen some mean women, and you know where they mostly be at church. At church, some of the meanest women you will find in the world at church, acting like they holy, and they're not. Can't tell them nothing, because they'll spread all your business. but want to hug you in church during an altar call and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure most of us seen the viral Instagram story. When a male child under abuse like that grows up, when the male child under abuse like that grows up and becomes a man and meets a woman, it doesn't usually end too well. She wonders why he doesn't express his feelings, why he doesn't talk to her like she wants him to, why he doesn't open up, why he doesn't sit and cry with her. Is because he was taught to suppress his emotions, and a woman taught him to do it. So he might have inner childhood wounds. We all do. From his mom being so hard on him, paired with the absence of his father. Maybe his mom was hard. Maybe his mom was a hard woman that said what I just listed previously. A lot of women do not think about the reason why some of these men act out and treat them the way that they do. Is it deserved? No. A woman or a man is not responsible for their partner's inner childhood wounds. Hell, I know a man that did not want to deal with women because he thought all women were as mean as the women in his family. It's still no excuse for a man's behavior, but it does give you women something to think about. I do not like how all the blame is put on the black man for women, especially black women, being as sexually provocative as they are today. I say this all the time. Women were not forced to do the Nelly tip drill uncut video. Oh yeah, I saw you. I saw you on there. I saw you. MC Hammer's pumps with the bumps. And women were not forced to go to the Freaknik party. Yeah. I saw the documentary. I saw you. With your little fan ponytails and everything. I saw you. With your little mushroom cut. I saw you. I saw you. You did that on your own, and we're not even paid fairly for the work that you did. I'm not saying it's all your fault because someone provided the song that was already degrading black women for those women dancers to degrade themselves too. Someone provided the video equipment that produced the video of black women degrading themselves to songs that were already degrading black women. In the case of the latter, that someone was probably Jewish, imposter, because they have made millions, I'll say even billions off of us degrading ourselves. Did you know that they own the slave ships that brought us to America? Most of the plantations as well. Did you know that a Jewish person owns OnlyFans and most of these porn companies? Did you know that?
Now the slave trade was so thoroughly Jewish, the slave auctions throughout the Americas had to close on Jewish holidays. Brazil received far more African slaves than North America. A. Witzner, another official of the Jewish Historical Society, in his book Jews in Colonial Brazil, pages 72 and 73, wrote, quote, "The buyers who appeared at the auctions were almost always Jews, and because of their lack of competitors, they could buy slaves at low prices. If it happened that the date of such an auction fell on a Jewish holiday, the auction had to be postponed." Studying the Jewish histories of the New World, I began to learn of a carefully recorded Jewish history that you and I are not permitted to know about. I discovered that many centuries before the transatlantic slave trade, that Jews had dominated the slave trade in the entire Western world of the last 2,000 years, even as far back as Roman times. Duncan Wagnall's Jewish Encyclopedia, Volume 10, page 48, writes, quote, "The trade in slavery constituted the main source of livelihood for the Roman Jews. In the 5th century, Pope Gelasius permitted Jews to introduce slaves from Gaul into Italy on the condition that they were non-Christian. In the 8th century, Charlemagne explicitly allowed the Jews to act as intermediaries in the slave trade. In A History of the Jews from Babylonian Exile to the End of World War II, published by showing how
of teachings of Freemasonry, you have the Jewish Star of David, because in fact, Freemasonry is Jewish. Freemasonry has always known that its greatest enemy in Western civilization is Rome. And that's why there has always been this animosity between the Catholic Church and Judaism. There has always been this animosity between the Catholic Church and Judaism. The Jews were persecuted in the Old Country, in Europe, and there still remains that animosity between Judaism and the Catholic movement today. But not because of religion, but because of the secret societies that operate behind both of those organizations. The Pope's headdress, the papal headdress, goes back to an ancient Jewish headdress. And of course, the Pope wears the yarmulke, and so does the cardinals wear the yarmulke. But in particular, the Pope's headdress is shown here as Freemasonic. This is from a Freemasonic research book, a volume on Freemasonry and the garb of Freemasons. We see what's happening in South Africa. It is no great wonder that South Africa's greatest friend is Israel.
The real F around and find out moment is here. A lot of people are looking at the Black community thinking that we are the recipients and benefactors of DEI programs and affirmative action programs. And I know affirmative action is no longer, but whenever they hear the term DEI or they hear the term affirmative action, they look to the Black community thinking that we are the benefactor. Now, here's some information for you. The number one recipient of DEI are white women. That is according to the U.S. Department of Labor. And others fall under that group, under the minority group, the ethnic minority. Number one recipient under that group are Latino and Hispanic Americans. Number two are Asian Americans. Number three are Native Americans. Number four, individuals with disability. Number five, veterans. Okay? And number six, the LGBTQ plus community. And guess who comes last at receiving DEI benefits? Guess who comes last? That's right. Black Americans. Black people. Let me also say, you can do a Google search and you will see the primary benefactors of DEI programs are not only white women, but white men, white male CEOs. Those are the ones who have benefited the most from DEI initiative programs.
To listen closely as I say what I'm about to say. I do not agree with any woman being drugged with the whole pills and champagne and the Hollywood parties that turn into SA and these weirdos that have been in the headlines recently. I do have a question though. With men like R. Kelly, for instance, what about the mothers, women that sacrificed their daughters up to that man for money and fame? I know that he is guilty, but are the mothers innocent? What about all these madams in the industry? What about the women in the industry who scout young girls for these monsters? Is it protect black women then too? people, including women around Chicago, knew what that man was about. But because of money and fame, they turned a blind eye. I am not saying that women are all to blame, but I am saying that women play a much bigger role than they are willing to admit. And that's real. Black men are not innocent. Let me repeat that. Black men are not innocent. Black LGBTQIA are not innocent, and neither is the black woman. Ain't none of us innocent, boo. We all guilty. Don't none of us deserve salvation. None of us. Not me, not you, none of us. None of us deserve salvation. Christ even said that the only one that's perfect is the Father. That's it. That's it. The only one that's perfect is the Father. We all have fallen short. And guess what? We all will fall short. That's why we needed a Savior to be redeemed. No, I'm not perfect either. Like I told you, I already have videos addressing, and I have videos even where I've crucified my own flesh. So, and bare my soul. So when people get to talking, just, you know, make sure you ask them, was you gonna put videos up here telling us all what you did? All who, you know, you done screwed, and what you done caught, and what you done did? Is you gonna do that? Chances are they're probably not. So, but black men are not innocent. Black LGBTQIA are not innocent, and neither is the black woman. In order to make amends, all parties have to acknowledge what we all did and forgive each other. I believe this is why Trump was granted a second term. God is still in control. I believe what's coming next is going to force us all, black men, women, hetero, and LGBTQIA, to come together like never before. The gag is, they thought that this DEI would hurt us as a whole, but never forget, we are not the ones that are the ones who benefit the most from DEI. We are not the ones who benefit the most from DEI. Oh yeah, stop supporting these dudes who act like they are not gay, but actually get in drag to mock you. Some of these content creators who are not even funny, unless they are dressing up like you, really have no talent. Their talent is dressing up as different women characters, usually in a church setting, and acting how they see real women act. Wow. Groundbreaking. And just to go back to my DEI comment, yeah, I said, we are not the ones who benefited the most from DEI. And I think a lot of black people, or a lot of people in general, period, they get DEI and I think affirmative action was what it was called. I think they get that confused. They get that mixed together. But DEI is important. Don't get me wrong about that. DEI is important. But what these people did, they took DEI and made it look like black people get benefit the most from it. But did you know that after civil rights, white women became a minority? Did you know? And guess what, white women, even if you feel like you're not a minority, guess what? You are. Look it up. You're a minority. That's real. That's a fact. You're a minority. I don't know why your ass is a minority, because I definitely don't think you are. You don't have no power. You get your power from your white man, you know, but other than that, so I guess that would make you a minority, but no, you're not a minority in my eyes. But white women benefit the most from DEI. They benefit the most from welfare as well. But the media, who's ran by the Jewish people, they own most of the media companies, try to spin this narrative on the real children of Israel. It's all to make us look bad while they look good. But they can't look good because they've stolen everything that they've gotten. They've stolen it. So they don't look good. But like I said, the gag is they thought that this DEI will hurt us as a whole, but never forget, we are not the ones who benefit the most from DEI. Oh yeah. Stop supporting these dudes who act like they are not gay, but actually get in drag to mock you. You seen them with the all the women characters act like they in church, the bun on the head, walking down the steps. This is not funny. It's not funny. It's not entertaining. It's not funny. I don't see how y'all. I never could understand that about y'all. You know, I could see if it was funny, like Martin, Shanae. Oh, baby, that will forever be funny to me. That will forever be funny to me. That is funny. Big Mama House, that's funny. You know, after, you know, the second one did get kind of, you know, but the first one especially. But even you know, Medea, even though that was a stolen concept, but that's talent. This stuff is the stuff that I be scrolling past on Instagram. It's not talent. You know, it's not funny. It's actually sad. And black women like laughing at and supporting this, it shows like it's some inner wounds that need to be healed there. On both sides. On both sides, I think. That's just my, you know, I'm not trying to come off as no hater. I've always felt like this. I'm like, this stuff is not funny. It's not. And then it's like, I remember one time a content creator actually did call one of the people who do that, stuff like that, they did call him gay, and he got offended, but it's just like, oh, okay, I get it if you're saying that you're not, but man, whatever. You know, I feel like it'll be another one, just like how this other one just got outed by his wife or whatever. You know, I don't know how y'all don't be seeing, like, how y'all don't be saying that. How you don't see that? How you don't see these dudes be fags? How you don't see that? I just be like, I be really sitting there like, so how you didn't know that he was, you know? And that's a messed up situation. He had that girl paying, you know, rent or whatever. His mama owned the building. I mean, it's not messed up that they have to pay rent, but he lied to her. That's what's wrong. You know, he lied, but look at the content. I do feel like overall, women, with the help of the government's advertising and other propaganda tactics, have diminished the man's role in the process of conception. Both the man and woman play vital roles in a healthy conception of a child. I do feel like the man has the advantage. There are significantly more sperm cells produced than eggs in humans, meaning there's always more sperm than eggs available for fertilization. This is because sperm are much smaller and require less energy to produce compared to eggs, which are larger and contain more nutrients for the developing embryo. Does this mean men are better? No. But this definitely does not mean a woman is better either. A woman usually releases one egg during each menstrual cycle through the process of ovulation. A woman is born with all of her eggs. A woman typically is born with all of her eggs. During each menstrual cycle, many eggs start to grow, but only one egg matures and is released. The egg that is released is the one that grows the fastest. The other eggs that don't mature dissolve and are reabsorbed into the body. This process is called ovulation. In rare cases, more than one egg is released during ovulation, which is called hyperovulation. This can lead to multiple pregnancies, such as twins. All this talk of women being able to produce children by themselves is satanic, and I don't care what anyone says. If I was a woman, I would never sign up for nothing like that. Definitely no help. Some women want to be able to say, I'm better than a man because I can birth a man. The shame is, yes, you can give birth, but how many have you aborted? Now, I understand that everyone has a past, but how many is too many? I understand that things happen, but at some point, if we are being all the way real, you have to know the full process. Fornication and then abortion is wrong. Some women say they have intuition. I know you had to feel God telling you how wrong you are. You lose him, how you get him. If you pulled him because you think that your stuff is better than the next woman's stuff, then get ready, because some girl with better stuff, better vajayjay, will have him the next day. Do you really want a man like that anyway? It's some doggish women out here too, and some of you girls have met them, so don't be so quick to get mad at me. How many ladies have truly been in a committed relationship and been cheated on? I am sorry that happened to you. Really, I am. I have been there. I just want to further ask, after the cheating incident, how many of you had to deal with the side chick saying she knew all about you and she really takes pride in that feeling? Mind you, where's the sisterhood? Is it protect black women when you do this to each other? Then the same side chick will find her dream man, but then karma comes, she gets cheated on and acts like she never did anything wrong. Some women could improve on their respect or lack thereof towards each other. Now men do this too, so men could improve as well. Most of the fights floating around on Facebook features women fighting over some dumb man. But then again, I have to keep in mind there is a shortage on men versus women. With all the wars and correctional facilities, modern slavery, the numbers of our black men have dwindled. This is why so many women fight over black men. There really is a shortage. If you don't believe me, research it for yourself. Yes, you are important, but you don't carry the whole race of our people. Another dumb meme I had seen, and you are not God, but you are a gift, so don't be so quick to give your gift away. I'm sorry that some of you women have had the bad encounters you have had with men. Men do need to do better as a whole and stop putting their hands on these women unless she hits you first. It's gotten way out of hand. What I'm saying is that you both made a choice to lie down with each other. When you speak badly about each other, it's a reflection on you both. Anytime I hear a woman badmouth her baby daddy, I think, well, you knew he was a bum when you met him. Then you laid with him, so what does that say about you? Y'all shouldn't have been fornicating in the first place. Be happy it was not AIDS, something you can't abort. Learn from this mistake and don't repeat it again. This is why you should not rush into sex before marriage. Women, I love you, but sometimes you don't want to own your part that you played in the mess, and that is real. I'm not trying to hurt you, just trying to show you how you played a part in the final result. Make him wear a condom. I don't condone domestic abuse of any form, but women, if you go to hit a man, you need to understand you initiated the situation, so be ready for whatever response you get back. You can't close fist hit a man in the face, then call the police when he beats you. And that is not love. Love is also a man not sitting around letting you beat on him. I'm not saying you have to accept his doggish behavior, which 9 times out of 10 you already knew that when you met him. But I am saying leaving is the best option, not hitting him first. Chivalry is dying. I would say dead, but some men still have this trait. This is not our ancestors' time, and men will not allow you to just beat them up. And real women, especially women from my grandparents' era, did not fight men. Now, I just want to say, because if I can talk about you in the negative, I can also speak positivity. Even through all your flaws, you are still the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. No other woman had your style, your grace, your power, and your right to say that you are the mother of all races of people. I listen to women singers more than I listen to men singers, even with gospel music. I owe it to you to tell you a secret. In my life, I have only had one crush on a girl. She was one of the girl dancers from Michael Jackson's Remember the Time video. She was the one that had the braids, but it was in a ponytail on top of her head. Black women are overall amazing. Not only have you supported black people, but you have also supported other races of women as well. You truly have never received the proper credit that you deserve. Things have been rough and unfair for you. Like I said, the current state of black people does not solely rest on the shoulders of black women. We all played a part in our downfall. But I believe we will all play a part in our victory as well. I believe in us. I do believe in black people, aka the real children of Israel. We as a people have to return to the Most High. We as a people have made it through the struggle, and we shall do it again. I do feel that freedom is near. You know, these are the birth pangs, and I do feel that we are on the brink of something great. I read this previously, but I forgot to put the picture on here, so I'm doing it now. A diva is not the female version of a hustler. A diva is an ancient Buddhist demon and the female version of the ancient thug demon. Pictured are depictions of demons, diva, and thug or thuggy. I'll let y'all research that for yourself, though. And that's no shade to Beyonce when I say a diva is not the female version of a hustler, because I know she has a song that says diva is a but because she is a hustler. She just, she done hustled y'all, her and Ticketmaster done hustled y'all out of these tickets. I mean, y'all money for these tickets too. I mean, I don't think that's right. I do not think that's right. I'm not a part of the Beehive. I'm just a regular fan. But because I would never spend that much. Y'all, okay. Me? Hold on. Okay. So I don't attend concerts. The last time I've been to a concert, I think it was when TLC and Destiny's Child went on tour with Ideal. That was a very long time ago. I don't think I've been to a concert ever since. I don't do the whole concert thing. I mean, I just don't like to be around big crowds like that. I mean, if I have to, that's one thing, but and then the money that you have to pay for these things is ridiculous. Like, And I'm not cashy like y'all. So, you know, hey, I ain't ashamed to say I ain't got it. I'm good. I ain't got it. But, no, I haven't, never been to a Beyonce concert. I'm not paying that much money for those tickets. I love Beyonce down, but I'm not, you know, and, I do want to say that I watched the videos though, and it was a lot of good points. It was a lot of good points. One person um, pointed out that was like, are we really in a recession, on our way to a recession? Because I mean, if you got, I mean, they had two $5,000 tickets, and then both of them was gone, like both of them. So people out here spending $5,000 on tickets. People out here spending thousands of dollars on Beyonce tickets, but then was just complaining about the price of eggs. I like, make it make sense. So, and me, you know, I do struggle. It's just me. I don't have anybody. It's just me. I have to make this work, and the Most High and the Lord, you know, and that's all I need, you know. But I don't have money for Beyonce. I don't have money for none of these celebrities, you know. You talk to somebody that ain't never even had a Valentine's. A brother ain't never even had a Valentine's, okay? All right? Like, and that's no lie. Never had a Valentine's. I don't celebrate holidays. Like, so that's been since 2015 or so. Yeah, so for the past 10 years, I don't celebrate holidays, no way. But even before then, I ain't never even had a Valentine's. I don't know what that's like. You know, so I'm just different than most people, you know, but I'm not paying all that money to go, you know. And then I do think that it's wrong. You know, I do think that it's wrong to charge all that money, but you know what? If you're gonna pay that price and get God like that, then I think it really shows where your values are. You know, especially if you're missing your rent payments and your car payments, it just shows where your value is. You know. And I be sitting here having conversation with God, like, you getting on me, but do you see this? Like, you getting on me, but do you see this? These people out here spending, are you talking to them? I'm just, cause man, I'd be like, cause I know, you know, I get convicted when, you know, about things, and I'm just be like, then I look and it's like, shit, I ain't did nearly as much. But anyway, it's the reason why celebrities were given these titles like diva. It's all about getting people to worship idols, and that is what people have been doing. There will come a time when regular, normal people will stop all the idolatry. Did you know that the word diva, derived from the Italian, means female deity or goddess? It's even closely associated with prima donna. And the word came about in the early 19th century. Many leading sopranos became so famous, almost like a goddess, and that is why they are so celebrated. Sound familiar? That's what's still happening today. And so that's why I don't attend concerts. And I really don't, you know, watch these award shows. I did watch the most recent one, you know, but I just wanted to see the outcome on what a few situations was. And so, yeah, man, I don't do that, the concerts and stuff like that, because it's energy harvesting, you know, and some people, they don't, you know, some people don't mind. I'm coming to the point where it's just like, you know, yes, it's wrong, but if you're going to be that stupid, then you know what? Hey, you deserve it. You know, what all comes with that. So, I mean, it is what it is. I'm sorry that people have to go through that. But at the same point in time, it's like, you really don't have to go through that. if you don't want to, you choose to go through that. So, what can we really say? I mean, those ticket prices are ridiculous, but and then to hear that the Beehive got the worst, pre-sale tickets, that's horrible. That's horrible. That's why I'm not a fan. I'm not in these fandoms. I'm not in these, even though Beyonce do got her own playlist, even though she do, but I'm not in these fandoms. No, I'm not a stan. I'm not just a regular person that likes, her music or, good music, and so, um, quiet is kept. I'm happy for it, but a lot of people. I saw a lot of people saying that they, didn't even like Cowboy Carter. This wasn't it wasn't black people's music. I come back listening to, I seen one person say, well, I'm gonna start back listening to her when she make black people music again. But they were trying to get tickets to go to the Cowboy Carter. It's like, I don't get people. I don't. So now, let me think if there anything else that I need to say. One moment. It's not. So I'm gonna just move on. This is what I just read. And like I said, you can always pause this if you want to read it yourself. Alright, so I currently thank you for rocking with me so far. Next, last but not least, my black men. So I'm gonna tell you like this right now. I done talk to my community. I done talk to black women. Now it's your turn. It's your turn. You guys feel left out anyway. Well, here you go. I'm gonna start off with something with the lesson titled "Gang Related" from Chizakariah, powerful brother on Facebook. You can find him. But I'm gonna start out with this because he has a lesson on gang banging, and I've never been a gangbanger. I'm not a gangbanger. I'm not a street dude. I did grow up in the hood, but I didn't live that version of the street life. You know, I've been on the streets, you know, so but that does not define who I am. So I think that somebody with that experience should be able to speak to that, and you're about to hear it now. Gang related. Gang banging is Satanism. Many Latino gangs have started doing witchcraft, hence pitchfork and 5 or 6 pointed star, and it's crossing over into the hood, the silent civil war. How can you claim to be an OG with no wisdom? The definition of wisdom, common sense. I'm just saying, 20 plus years of game banging and you ain't learned nothing, still making them dumbass moves from back in the day and teaching it to your little G's. This is from Brother Chazak's experience, perspective, point of view, because I have never been in a gang. So, side note. Jeremiah 14, verse 2. Judah mourneth, and the gates thereof languish. They are black unto the ground, and the cry of Jerusalem has gone up. Genesis 2:7. Then the Lord formed the man from the dust of the ground. He breathed the breath of life into the man's nostrils, and the man became a living person. Now, have you ever seen that color dirt? I ain't never seen that color dirt. I've seen that color dirt, but I ain't seen that color. The hands that are holding the dirt, I've never seen that color dirt. Dark soil is rich with lots of organic matter. Light soil, like sand, is not so rich with very little organic matter. Have you ever seen white dirt? According to the Bible, black people in America are from the tribe of Judah. That is our true nationality. I claim to be a Hebrew Israelite by nationality, not Crip or blood. We are the ones who are black unto the ground. Our history, present, and future is right here in the Bible. Jeremiah also prophesied that our gates would languish. The gates are referring to our leaders. Here's proof. Proverbs 31, verse 23, King James Version. Her husband is known in the gates when he sitteth among the elders of the land. This means that we will lose all our leadership and guidance. Our leaders haven't been able to do anything more than rally us up for a march or calm us down until the next death of another young black man or woman. A lot of our leaders took the buyout, meaning they gave bad counsel on purpose and were paid to do so to keep us from fighting back. A lot of our soldiers are locked up or in gangs, which becomes another trap. The street knowledge that our OGs have can only lead you so far, and then you end up either in jail or dead. These things are happening to us because during slavery, our God turned his back on his people. He has allowed Satan to have his way with us because we worshiped idol gods and forgot him, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Jeremiah 16, verse 10. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt show this people all these words, and they shall say unto thee, wherefore hath the Lord pronounced all this great evil against us? Or what is our iniquity? Or what is our sin that we have committed against the Lord our God? Then shalt thou say unto them, because your fathers have forsaken me, saith the Lord, and have walked after other gods, and have served them, and have worshipped them, and have forsaken me, and have not kept my law. And ye have done worse than your fathers, for behold, ye walk every one after the imagination of his evil heart, that they may not hearken unto me. Therefore will I cast you out of this land into a land that ye know not, neither ye nor your fathers, And there shall ye serve other gods day and night, where I will not show you favor. Look who it is. Reverend Al Sharp Tongue. Jesse Jacker, nigga. Ask yourself this question. With all the murders in Chicago, which are 98% black, killing black, why aren't you there? Simple. No money to be made. The mentality that we have been taught is systematically implanted in our thought process so that we will be against each other, fight and kill each other, but fear our oppressors. This state of mind stems from slavery. There was a man named Willie Lynch who developed a process to have all slave masters implement this brainwashing method on their plantations to create a slave. Not physical slaves, but mental slaves. Gang banging is a curse from God. There's a reason we're the only people who can't get along as a nation. Deuteronomy 28, verse 47. Because thou servest not the Lord thy God with joyfulness and with gladness of heart for the abundance of all things. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things, and he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee. It first started with the physical destruction of our people during slavery. Then it ultimately became a mental destruction or mental slavery. We became domesticated like an animal born in captivity. We are a nation inside of another nation, and we rely on our oppressors to teach us who we are. Jeremiah 2, verse 14, King James Version. Is Israel a servant? Is he a homeborn slave? Why is he spoiled? Gang violence, domestic violence, bougie against hood, young against elders, are completely destroyed mentally. We are still influenced by the effects of slavery, and it all began with a man named Willie Lynch. Here are some of the excerpts of the letter that he wrote to the slave masters during slavery. The Willie Lynch letter. Gentlemen, I greet you here on the bank of the James River in the year of our Lord 1712. First, I shall thank you, the gentlemen of the colony of Virginia, for bringing me here. I am here to help you solve some of your problems with slaves. Your invitation reached me in my modest plantation in the West Indies, where I have experimented with some of the newest and still the oldest method for control of slaves. Ancient Rome would envy us if my program is implemented. As our boat sails south on the James River, named for our illustrious King James, whose Bible we cherish, I saw enough to know that our problem is not unique. While Rome used cords or wood as crosses for standing human bodies along the old highways in great numbers, you are here using the tree and the rope on occasion. I caught the whiff of a dead slave hanging from a tree a couple miles back. You are losing valuable stock by hangings. You are having uprisings. Slaves are running away. Your crops are sometimes left in the fields too long for maximum profit. You suffer occasional fires. Your animals are killed. Gentlemen, you know what your problems are. I do not need to elaborate. I am not here to enumerate your problems. I am here to introduce you to a method of solving them. In my bag, I have a foolproof method for controlling your slaves. I guarantee every one of you that if installed, it will control the slaves for at least 300 years. My method is simple. Any member of your family or any overseer can use it. He stated this method will work for over 300 years. This letter was written in 1712. If you add 300 years to that, you get 2012, and it is still working, but the Most High is starting to wake us up from this wicked spell. And I really do believe that, because I came into the truth around 2013, 2014. So, reading on from the letter, I have outlined a number of differences among the slaves, and I take these differences and make them bigger. I use fear, distrust, envy, and for control. I use fear, distrust, and envy for control purposes. Man, that is just so wicked. That is just so wicked, man. I use fear, distrust, and envy for control purposes. These methods have worked on my modest plantation in the West Indies, and it will work throughout the South. Take this simple little list of differences and think about them. On the top of my list is age, but it is only there because it starts with an A. The second is color or shade. There is intelligence, size, sex, size of plantation, attitude of owner, whether the slave live in the valley, on a hill, east or west, north or south, have fine or coarse hair, or is tall or short. Now that you have a list of differences, I shall give you an outline of action, but before that I shall assure you that distrust is stronger than trust, and envy is stronger than adulation, respect, or admiration. The black slave, after receiving this indoctrination, shall carry on and will become self-refueling and self-generating for hundreds of years, maybe thousands. Don't forget, you must pitch the old black versus the young black males, and the young black male against the old black males. You must use the dark-skinned slave versus the light-skinned slave. You must use the female versus the male, and the male versus the female. You must always have your servants and overseers distrust all blacks, but it is necessary that your slaves trust and depend on us. Is that not what's happening today? Now here it is in the Bible, Deuteronomy 28, verse 54. So that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eye shall be evil toward his brother, and toward the wife of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children, which he shall leave. I can remember when I was gangbanging from 25th Street, North Hood Crip, back when I was young. My hood was $1 million hood, and you became OG if you could live to see 25. I was 18 with a pocket full of dope and no guidance. I remember one day the OG blood came through my hood throwing up gang signs out the top of his drop top Cutlass, riding up and down all the blocks of my hood with no fear. This is not my words. This is the story from somebody else that I'm reading. Everyone knew who he was, and they knew he always carried a Desert Eagle 50 caliber on his lap. This to me was complete disrespect. So I grabbed a 9 from one of my friends' government issue with the 13 and the clip, and headed down to the corner of 25th, and I live in Tacoma, Washington. My hood was called Hilltop. I posted up behind some bushes on the corner in front of a crack house that I used to sell dope out of, waiting for the chance to make a name for myself, when he tried to come riding back through my hood, throwing up his disrespectful set. But I remember praying that he didn't come back, not because I was afraid, but because I knew he would be dead if he did. I thought to myself as I clenched the handle of that gun, under different times and circumstances, this man could have probably been one of my best friends. That's what I think of when I see those two prominent rap, like they were very popular. One was King Von, and the other one, I saw them when they were young, kids and they were together on a video and they were having fun, laughing and stuff, and it's just like, how did they grow to be enemies like that? It's sad, man. It's very sad. Under different times and circumstances, this man could have probably been one of my best friends. That is when the Holy Spirit started to speak to me, or should I say, that is when I started to listen to it. This time, I did listen to it. The Most High spared me and his life that day. That was in 93. This was just one example of the curses that our young men have to deal with on a daily. This is the type of thing that happens all the time in the hood all over this country, and this new generation is even worse. There have been more black on black homicides committed among black men on just the south side of Chicago alone, which death tolls exceed the death tolls of the Afghanistan war from 2012. It's time to end this silent civil war that we have been fighting and come back to the God of our fathers. Until we do that, we will continue to die in these streets by the hands of our own and by the hands of law enforcement. Chains of bondage echo from the graves upon the children of slaves. Chains upon the necks of the children of Israel is a curse, not a fashion. Chains upon the necks of the children of Israel. What's blinging about a curse? See? Still slaves. Reading on in the letter, gentlemen, these kids are your keys to control. Use them. Never miss an opportunity. My plan is guaranteed, and the good thing about this plan is that if used intensely for 1 year, the slave will remain perpetually distrustful. 2 years later, God showed me the truth. The Most High had been guiding my steps my whole life to lead me to knowledge of Him. I've been studying and learning through life experience ever since. Chizakariah. 1 John 4:20. If a man say, I love God, and hateth his brother, he is a liar. For he that loveth not his brother whom he hath seen, how can he love God whom he hath not seen? Ezekiel 9:4. And the Lord said unto him, Go through the midst of the city, through the midst of Jerusalem, and set a mark upon the foreheads of the men that sigh and that cry for all the abominations that be done in the midst thereof. And then I give you a link. And then I had already read this before, but be careful what you label yourself. Everything you do is spiritual. And then I give you the definition of a thug, violent person, especially a criminal. Synonyms: ruffian, hooligan, vandal, hoodlum, gangster, villain, criminal, Moor, to historical member of a religious organization of robbers and assassins in India, devotees of the goddess Kali. The thugs waylaid and strangled their victims, usually travelers, in a ritually prescribed manner. They were suppressed by the British in the 1830s. There are many gods. Which spirit are you led by? It is said that these thugs who worship the goddess Kali will rob people and strangle their victims. If the victims had gold, the thugs would melt the gold into a mold to fit their teeth, and that is how they recognized each other. And you think thug life is a fad or some new trend. No, they tricked you into following a religious sect, and they even gave you worship music, rap. Satan was the ministry of music. Why else, with all the subliminal invitations to sin, adultery, fornication, paper chasing, which leads to drug dealing, sorcery by mostly DL sodomite rappers, who to many are idols, idolatry. Yes, 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 and I know our ancestors wore they did stuff like this too. Yes, I know our ancestors wore grills. King Solomon wore a grill, but also King Solomon also went off too, and he was also into Solomonic magic. You know, he also strayed away from the Most High. So yeah, just because he did it, that don't mean that it's right. You can think all this stuff is not related if you want to. All this stuff is related, man. I know I already showed this picture, but hey, it needs to be shown again. So, study title: The Buying Power of Black America by Target Market News. See? Mm, mm, mm. And you know the sad part about this is when they go to court and they sitting in court, they'll be crying. But it's like, where was this crying energy at in this picture? Where was it at? That's what I don't be understanding. It's like we tough on the picture, we posing with the guns on the picture, and then it's like we act like we see this on First 48 all the time. They find this stuff. It's just like, I never get how y'all just incriminate yourselves like this. Look, he throwing up 666. Crazy. I'm sorry, but these are the types of guys that don't get it until they are sitting in a courtroom across from a judge, and the judge is telling them that they have life in prison. And then that's when they want to break down and cry. Then that's when they want to look at the victim's family and say, "Are you happy now?" No, are you happy now? Because the whole reason why the victim's family is here is because of you. And then their classic, "I don't care." When they can't answer nothing, when they can't, that it's "I don't care." Well, okay. This is why 2/3 of our people are not going to make it.
About the stats, 17 of the top 25 hedge funds are run by Jews. 17 of the top 27 donors in the 2020 presidential election were Jews. 7 out of 8 Ivy League universities have Jewish presidents. 3 out of 3 of the major recording companies and major record labels run by Jews. 5 out of 6 of the major media companies the past 5 years run by Jews. CEO, chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jewish, every year from 1987 until 2018. Jewish DHS secretary, secretary of state, chief of staff, DNI director, deputy and undersecretary of state. Every one of the Biden children married to somebody Jewish. The vice president married to somebody Jewish. Republican Jewish Coalition, Zionist Organization of America, AIPAC, the most powerful lobbying group in the country on both sides. Consensus, unanimous votes for foreign aid to Israel. Unanimous votes for military aid to Israel. ADL and SPLC, selected trusted flaggers for YouTube and Facebook. They are the experts to craft the content moderation guidelines for the big tech companies. When they bring in the experts to censor social media, who do they bring in? The SPLC, founded by a Jew, board full of Jews. ADL, founded to prevent the defamation of the Jewish people. These are the facts. It's peculiar. It's remarkable. It's statistically significant. It is anomalous. It is strange. And it's true. Well, let's just be open and honest about the stats. 17 of the top 25 hedge funds are run by Jews. 17 of the top 27 donors in the 2020 presidential election were Jews. 7 out of 8 Ivy League universities have Jewish presidents. 3 out of 3 of the major recording companies and major record labels run by Jews. 5 out of 6 of the major media companies the past 5 years run by Jews. CEO, chairman of major record labels run by Jews. Cities have Jewish presidents. 3 out of 3 of the major recording companies and major record labels run by Jews. 5 out of 6 of the major media companies the past 5 years run by Jews. Major record election were Jews. 7 out of 8 Ivy League universities have Jewish presidents. 3 out of 3 of the major recording companies and major record labels run by Jews. 5 out of 6 of the major media companies the past 5 years run by Jews. CEO, chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jewish, every year from 1987 until 2018. Jewish DHS secretary, secretary of state, chief of staff, DNI director, deputy and undersecretary of state. Every one of the Biden children married to somebody Jewish. The vice president married to somebody Jewish. Republican Jewish Coalition, Zionist Organization of America, AIPAC, the most powerful lobbying group in the country on both sides. Consensus, unanimous votes for foreign aid to Israel. Unanimous votes for military aid to Israel. ADL and SPLC, selected trusted flaggers for YouTube and Facebook. They are the experts to craft the content moderation guidelines for the big tech companies. When they bring in the experts to censor social media, who do they bring in? The SPLC, founded by a Jew, board full of Jews. ADL, founded.
That's why you can't talk about them.
Remarkable. It's statistically significant. It is anomalous. It is strange. And it's true. Well, let's just be open.
Yay. So, this is from a video that I did 5 days ago. And I told y'all about a meeting that was had amongst the rappers and the music executives. Oh, I think it's just like the music executives from the meeting, from the letter that Crazy Bone was talking about. And so, but yeah, y'all about to hear this again because it needs to be heard. The people who made the decisions were these people. You just heard him say 3 out of 3 of the major record labels are headed by who? Jewish people. So now I'm going to show you what their plan was. Just want to point this out because the audio that y'all about to hear next. So this is where the audio is coming from. You can go here to this person's page. I just typed this in though. I typed it in.
The letter is the secret meeting that changed rap music and destroyed a generation.
I'm about to show you, or Crazy Bone from Bone Thugs and Harmony is about to tell you
Cleveland
why this came to be about.
That
Ohio,
changed rap
stand up.
music and destroyed a generation. Damn. So it says, hello. After more than 20 years, I finally decided to tell the world what I witnessed in 1991, which I believe was one of the biggest turning points in popular music and ultimately American society. I have struggled for a long time weighing the pros and cons of making my story public, as I was reluctant to implicate the individuals who were present that day. The secret meeting that changed rap music and destroyed a generation. Damn. So it says, hello. After more than 20 years, I finally decided to tell the world what I witnessed in 1991, which I believe was one of the biggest turning points in popular music and ultimately American society. I have struggled for a long time weighing the pros and cons of making my story public, as I was reluctant to implicate the individuals who were present that day. So I've simply decided to leave out the names and all the details that may risk my personal well-being and that of those who were, like me, dragged into something they weren't ready for. Damn. Hold on, let me, So we gonna tell a story. We gonna tell a story. We ain't scared. You know what I'm saying? What they gonna do? They after us, not the story. Look, that black van. So look. So he says, between the late 80s and early 90s, I was what you may call a decision maker with one of the more established companies in the music industry. I came to Europe in the early 80s and quickly established myself in the business. The industry was different back then, since technology and media weren't accessible to people like that, like they are today. The industry had more control over the public and had the means to influence them any way it wanted. Right. This may explain why in early 1991, I was invited to attend a closed-door meeting with a small group of business insiders to discuss rap music's new direction. Rap music's new direction. Yeah. Little did I know we would be asked to participate in one of the most unethical and destructive business practices ever seen.
Fair use.
So this was the meeting. The meeting was held at a private residence on the outskirts of Los Angeles. I remember about 25 to 30 people were being there. Right. Most of them familiar faces. Speaking of those I knew, we joked about the theme of the meeting, as many of us did not care for rap and failed to see the purpose of being invited to a private meeting to discuss the future of hip hop. Talk to him. Among the attendees was a small group of unfamiliar faces who stayed to themselves and made no attempt to socialize beyond their circle. Based on their behavior and formal appearances, they didn't seem to be from our industry. Our casual chatter was interrupted when we were asked to sign a confidentiality agreement preventing us from publicly discussing the information presented during the meeting. Needless to say, this intrigued, in some cases, disturbed many of us. The agreement was only a page long, but very clear on matters and consequences, which stated that violating the terms would result in job termination immediately. We asked several people what this meeting was about, and the reason for such secrecy, but could not find anyone who had the answers for us. A few people refused to sign and walked out. Nobody stopped them. I was tempted to follow, but curiosity got the best of me.
That's right.
A man who was part of the unfamiliar group collected all the agreements from us. So now it's ready to get to the good part because the meeting about to start.
Talk to him, G.
It says, quickly after the meeting began, hold on one second.
Get your popcorn, y'all.
Popcorn, get your pistol. No, sweat.
For real, though.
Quickly after this meeting began, one of the industry colleagues, who shall remain nameless like everybody else, thanked us for attending. He then gave the floor to a man who only introduced himself by first name and gave no other details about his personal background. I think he was the owner of the residence, but that was never confirmed. He briefly praised all of us for the success we had achieved in our industries and congratulated us for being selected as part of this small group of decision makers. At this point, I began to feel slightly uncomfortable and the strangeness of this gathering. The subject quickly changed as the speaker went on to tell us that the respective companies we represented had invested in a very profitable industry, which could become even more rewarding with our active involvement. He explained that the companies we worked for had invested millions into the building of privately owned prisons, and that our positions of influence in the music industry would actually impact the profitability of these investments. Then he says, I remember many of us in the group immediately looking at each other in awe and confusion. At the same time, I didn't know what a private prison was, but I wasn't the only one. Sure enough, someone asked what these prisons were and what any of this had to do with music. We were told that these prisons were built by privately owned companies who receive funding from the government based on the number of inmates. Mm-hmm. The more inmates, the more the government would pay these prisons. Mm-hmm. It was also made clear to us that since these prisons are privately owned, as they become publicly traded, we'd be able to buy shares. Most of us were taken back by this. Again, a couple of people asked what this had to do with us. At this point, my industry colleague who had first opened the meeting took the floor again and answered our questions. He told us that since our employees had become silent investors in this prison business, it was now in their interest to make sure that these prisons remain filled. Our job would be to help make this happen by making music which promote criminal behavior, rap being the music of choice. He assured us that this would be a great situation for us because rap music was becoming an increasingly profitable market for our companies, and as employees, we also be able to buy stocks in these prisons. Immediately, silence came over the room. You could have heard a pin drop. I remember looking around to make sure I wasn't dreaming and saw half of the people with dropped jaws. My daze was interrupted when someone shouted, "Is this a fucking joke?" At this point, things became chaotic.
Right.
Two of the men who were part of the unfamiliar group grabbed the man who shouted and attempted to remove him from the house. A few of us, myself included, tried to intervene. One of them pulled out a gun, and we all backed off. They separated us from the crowd, and all four of us was escorted outside. My industry colleague who opened up the meeting earlier hurried out to meet us and reminded us that we had signed an agreement and would suffer the consequences of speaking out about this publicly, or even those who attended the meeting.
Damn.
I asked him, why was he involved with something so corrupt? And he replied, it's bigger than the music business and nothing we can do. And no, it's bigger than the music business and nothing we want to challenge without risking consequences. We all protested as we walked back into the house. I remember word for word the last thing he said. It's out of my hands now. Just remember you signed an agreement. He then closed the door behind him. The men rushed us to our car and actually waited until we drove off the property.
Damn.
So this meeting, bro.
Now that's a lot for a meeting right there.
Oh yeah, definitely. And this person later on, he said, This person actually ended up leaving the music industry after this happened. A few years after this, he ended up leaving the music industry.
Okay.
And he said he just, like, over the years he just felt guilty, because he said as he sat back and he watched these plans come to a reality
Over 2 decades.
he sat back and was like, wow, they really pulled it off.
Yeah.
They really pulled this off. He was like, they were told not to sign any more political rappers.
See?
Any more rappers that had messages in their
No
music.
positivity.
It was all to be gangster rap music that they promoted
NWA.
and put out.
Niggas
So
with
if you wonder where
attitude.
Brand
This was
Nubians
before
went,
us.
if you wonder where Brand Nubians went, where Pro Righteous Teachers went, where Public Enemy went, where KRS-One went,
See?
and all sorts of groups like that was talking.
Yeah.
Even Queen Latifah and Moni Love and those, you know what I'm saying?
Everybody.
Even on the
it's a fact,
female
though.
rap.
Yeah, anything that was harmless, fun rap, anything that had a message in it had to go.
Yeah, that's
You
why
know what I'm
if you
saying?
even notice though, now
And we
you
talk about that all the time.
even be brief with it, you know what I'm saying? Those charms that came out like maybe in 1988, 89, the African charms, those they lasted for about 2 years and they
Man, he just said a whole mouthful, y'all. Even with the female rap, when he mentioned Queen Latifah, my cancer sister. Who you calling a bitch? And in comes, Kimberly Denise Jones. That's my girl. I love Little Kim down. That's my girl. Y'all don't even understand. But I gotta tell the truth. And from that is how we got to where we are today. Where everybody talking about they cooch and they cooch do wonders and buena noches and all of this different bunch of crap. They got rid of the rappers and they brought in the mumble rappers, the rappers. This is how. It's no shade. But
How you
this
got the
is
Migos?
how,
No shade, but
Cash Money and they're not conscious rappers. They not KRS-One. Their message was not good for us. Period. And I love them down. I love back that ass up. Have won many family dance competitions to that little song. Out dancing everybody. So I get it. But we need to understand the plan that was put against us.
mm-hmm.
Okay? The bigger picture, he just told you.
This is from a video that I have already done. Yeah, I know it only got 2 views, but that's okay, because like I said, I don't do this for the views. I know that one day, my work will be discovered. I know that one day, my work will be looked upon, and because I'm talking about real stuff. I'm not talking about the ballroom scene. Well, I do talk about it, but I'm talking, the majority of what I talk about is real stuff outside of this church gossip stuff. So this is my work. This is what I'm about, and this is what I have been doing. This is why I be so out the loop on Black gay culture, because I've spent my time learning about what I'm telling you about, real stuff that's plaguing our people, even in the LGBTQIA. So this is from a video that I already did. And this is my channel. If you want to check it out, feel free. If not, hey, that's cool too. But
Deuteronomy 28, verse 22, King James Version. And, verse 23. And thy heaven that is over thy head shall be brass, and the earth that is under thee shall be iron. This curse represents the hard lifestyle that we will have to grow up in. Some may describe this curse as being raised in the school of hard knocks. Rap music glorifies this way of life, leading to our degradation. Prison is another example of this curse. The majority of our men are either dead or in prison. According to the 13th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, when you are incarcerated, you are not only mentally enslaved, but you lose all your rights and become a physical slave again to the state and federal government. Slavery never ended, it just evolved. The system that we live in is designed to imprison the majority of our blacks, Hispanics, and Native American brothers. Here's another article that proves this fact. And this is from American Press, americanprogress.org/issue/race/news/2012-0313. The top 10 most startling facts about people of color and criminal justice in the United States.
The result. This is the result of their meeting.
About 30% of the United States population. They account for 60% of those in prison. The prison population grew by 700%. 1970 to 2005, a rate that is outpacing crime and population rates.
700%.
March 13, 2012. And these yahoos, it's like they can't see that, you know, this is all planned. Like, this is all planned. But I'm going to let one of y'all own, if I can find a video, I'm going to let one of y'all own tell y'all. But first, I'm going to show you what I have read. One moment. Let's see. Listen to this.
Moment. What made me change my perspective? And it's when I saw this. So a black person in the United States during the Jim Crow era faced second-class citizenship, disenfranchisement,
Kind of see what it is, right? It's one of them.
education, barriers to employment, and barriers to housing. Then we have the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the 1965 Voting Rights Act, which stated we can no longer do any of this. We can no longer discriminate based on race. So in 2023, what is the only group of people that we can legally discriminate against? We can legally relegate to second-class citizenship, create barriers to voting, barriers to education, barriers to employment, barriers to housing. If you answered convicted felon, you are absolutely correct. In 2023, a convicted felon is the only group of people that we can legally do all this to. Now, do you believe it's a coincidence that 1 in 3 black males carry this label as convicted felon, as opposed to 1 in 17 white males? If you answered yes to that question, let's take a look at what's happened since the dismantling of the Jim Crow laws. We've had a 700% increase in our prison population. We've gone from 300,000 inmates to as high as 2.3 million. Now, I do believe we're back down to about 1.8 million today. We had the Law and Order agenda, which was an increase in police spending and a decrease in school funding, which created the school-to-prison pipeline. We also had the war on drugs, which we now know was a war on people. We had the 1986 Anti-Drug Abuse Act, and we had the 1994 Crime Bill. Now, the 86 Anti-Drug Abuse Act differentiated between rock cocaine and powder cocaine, which we know predominantly impacted the black community. And the 94 Crime Bill created harsher sentences, lengthier sentences, and minimum mandatories. We also know that black people make up 53% of all exonerations, 69% of exonerations for drug crimes, and they're 7 times more likely to be wrongly convicted. So when I seen all of this, I realized that racism in this country never ended. We have a systemic issue. People What was my aha moment? What made me change my perspective? And it's when I saw this. So a black person in the United States during the Jim Crow era faced second-class citizenship, disenfranchisement, barriers to voting, barriers to education, barriers to employment, and barriers to housing. Then we had the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the 1965 Voting Rights Act, which stated we could no longer do any of this. We could no longer discriminate based on race. So in 2023, what is the only group of people that we can legally discriminate against? We can legally relegate to second-class citizenship, create barriers to voting, barriers to education, barriers to employment, barriers to housing. If you answered convicted felon, you are absolutely correct. In 2023, a convicted felon is the only group of people that we can legally do all this to. Now, do you believe it's a coincidence that 1 in 3 black males carry this label as convicted felon, as opposed to 1 in 17 white males? You answered yes to that question. Let's take a look at what's happened since the dismantling of the Jim Crow laws. We've had a 700% increase in our prison population. We've gone from 300,000 inmates to as high as 2.3 million. Now, I do believe we're back down to about 1.8 million today. We had the law and order agenda, which was an increase in police spending and a decrease in school funding, which created the school to prison pipeline. We also had the war on drugs, which we now know was a war on people. We had
Black
the
people.
1986 Anti-Drug Abuse Act, and we had the 1994 Crime Bill. Now, the 86 Anti-Drug Abuse Act differentiated between rock cocaine and powder cocaine, which we know predominantly impacted the black community. And the 94 Crime Bill created harsher sentences, lengthier sentences, and minimum mandatories. We also know that black people make up 53% of all exonerations, 69% of exonerations for drug crimes, and they're 7 times more likely to be wrongly convicted. So when I seen all of this, I realized that racism in this country never ended. We have a systemic issue. People ask, what was my aha moment? What made me...
Well, thank you, Mr. Esau. See, but I like, you know, I like white guys like him that can see the writing on the wall. Like, that can see, like, yes, the aha moment. Carrying on. I'm sorry, but I'm not trying to offend, you know, any of these new generation of artists or anything like that, but their music is not conscious. It's nothing empowering about their music for our people. KRS-One pretty much told you, he got a whole rap about black people being the true Hebrews, telling you that we come from Shem, we come from Abraham. Nobody is doing that anymore. Even DMX was one of the realest dudes ever, you know? But these guys are not, you know, there's nothing to them. And then everybody be so quick to point out how these new rappers of today, you know, they call them the gay agenda and stuff like that. You know, you got them dressing up as girls and, you know, devil worshiping and stuff like that. I think like Lil Uzi Vert is one of them. But artists like him, and it's no shade to them. I'm just saying, you know, what everybody else is saying. But it's like you can see the agenda in that, but you can't see the agenda in this. What I'm playing for you. They came together, and it's the reason why these people like Liar Conhen. Yeah, you might call him Leor, but I call him Liar Conhen. It's the reason why guys like him are over the real Jews, because they do nothing but exploit the real Jews after they stole our identity. And people like Rick Ross and, you know, Snoop Dogg, and I'm sorry, I'm saying it. These are people who have sold our people out. I already showed you a video where it got him signing, Meek Mill into the bull crap. He did the 666 and the gesture with his hat. Y'all see this, it's in your face. You can't you can't act like it don't exist. And it exists in the NBA and NFL too. This is what heterosexual black men, they like to turn a blind eye to this stuff and act like it don't exist, but it does. And this is the reason why I believe Kendrick Lamar is so hated. Because think about it. And I'm talking to like my people like Lovely T and who do this commentary stuff. Think about it. Because Lovely T, she know music. But think about it. I'm sure she know KRS-One and all the old school artists, because she's real big into rap. And so Kendrick kind of represents that old school, just in a new package. The beat's fresher, but he still represents that old school. And I'm playing a video about a meeting that was had where they wanted to get rid of that. Kendrick keep to himself. He ain't, with all of that, fake ally stuff. And so, yeah, he gets a lot of hate in the industry. I was even surprised to see like people in the NBA hating on him. I'm like, that's crazy, but it is what it is. They all want to back, the industry's golden child, who was Jewish on his mother's side, who's having a tantrum, or who was having a tantrum. That's what that lawsuit and stuff was about. So, and that'll let you know, ain't no real rapper. And I'm not saying that he is a pedo, but I do question that interview that he had with that child. It's like, why are you, this big grown man, sitting up here talking to this child? Would you give a person like you that opportunity? Because you haven't. So, but all that's here, nor there, whatever. That's why I believe Kendrick gets a lot of hate that he does, because he represents that old school way of how artists used to be. And he's not starved for, the fame and attention. This was his moment. This is his moment. He capitalized off of it, and he got his coin, he got his Grammys, he got it all, and it's game over. You know what I'm saying? And if he do decide to take a break for the next 5 to 7 years, hey, he he just dethroned one of the biggest, quote unquote, biggest golden child of the music industry, And it makes me wonder, because I know how I've studied these circles and I know how they move. And it's like, what did he do? Who did he piss off? Because for them to allow that to be played at, the Grammys in that moment, and then the Super Bowl thing, that'll show you that, it to me, it seems like a humiliation ritual or a punishment of some type. So that's why I'm asking, like, well, who did he, piss off? And it seems like it goes deeper than that. That's why it's a lawsuit. And which is not gonna go nowhere. They ain't gonna go nowhere. It's like your child having a temper tantrum, talking about what they want to do to you and stuff. They ain't gonna do nothing. Child, please. So that's what I think about that. But, big ups to Kendrick, man. For real. Like, I'm proud of him. And yes, I did say the Migos. But I do like the Migos. Rest in peace to Takeoff. I believe that he was the talent in that group. That man can spit, he could rhyme. I do believe that he was, the talent out of that group. And it's no shade to them, but no, he wasn't a KRS-One or anything like that. But I definitely think he had talent. But they are considered the mumble rappers. You can barely understand what they saying, but the beat is dope. The beat is dope. Hey, brown paper bag. She can't eat that. Oh, I better stop because YouTube is gonna probably. But I do listen. I could show you my YouTube playlist right now. Some of these same artists that I am talking about, yes, I have them on my playlist because when they music is good for like dancing and having a good time and stuff like that. I remember I used to break it down with what's that one song, man? With French Montana, Rick Ross, Drake. Pop that itch. That used to be my song, man. And Lil Wayne. So yeah, man. I do listen to rap. I grew up listening to rap because of my older brothers. My brothers listen to rap, but they listen to, this was back in the 90s and stuff. So of course, they listen to Pac, they listen to Big, they listen to Jay-Z, they listen to 3 6 Mafia, Tribe Called Quest. My older brother, Dewan, he used to listen to Swisher House music and stuff like that. So, I like Gucci Mane. I like I like Swisher House music, Chopper Screw music. So yeah, just because I'm giving you the truth about it, that don't mean that, I haven't indulged or listened or anything like that. But the truth is the truth. And I ain't never went out and tried to rob nobody or no crazy stuff like that. But I do think it's a mentality thing too. But we need to understand the plan that was put against us. Okay? The bigger picture, he just told you. He just told you.
The respective companies we represented had invested in a very profitable industry, which could become even more rewarding with our active involvement. He explained that the companies we worked for had invested millions into the building of privately owned prisons, and that our positions of influence in the music industry would actually impact the profitability of these investments. Then he says, I remember many of us in the group immediately looking at each other in awe and confusion. At the same time, I didn't know what a private prison was, but I wasn't the only one. Sure enough, someone asked what these prisons were and what any of this had to do with music. We were told that these prisons were built by privately owned companies who receive funding from the government based on the number of inmates. Mm-hmm. The more inmates, the more the government would pay these prisons. Mm-hmm. It was also made clear to us that since these prisons are privately owned, as they become publicly traded, we'd be able to buy shares. Most of us were taken back by this. Again, a couple of people asked what this had to do with us. At this point, my industry colleague who had first opened the meeting took the floor again and answered our questions. He told us that since our employees had become silent investors in this prison business, it was now in their interest to make sure that these prisons remain filled. Our job would be to help make this happen by making music which promote criminal behavior, rap being the music of choice. He assured us that this would be a great situation for us because rap music was becoming an increasingly profitable market for our companies, and as employees, we also be able to buy stocks in these prisons. Immediately, silence came over the room. You could have heard a pin drop. I remember looking around to make sure I wasn't dreaming and saw half of the people with dropped jaws. My daze was interrupted when someone shouted, "Is this a fucking joke?" At this point, things became chaotic.
Right.
Two of the men who were part of the unfamiliar group grabbed the man who shouted and attempted to remove him from the house. A few of us, myself included, tried to intervene. One of them pulled out a gun, and we all backed off. They separated us from the crowd, and all four of us was escorted outside. My industry colleague, who opened up the meeting earlier, hurried out to meet us and reminded us that we had signed an agreement and would suffer the consequences of speaking out about this publicly, or even those who attended the meeting.
Okay.
I asked him, why was he involved with something so corrupt? And he replied, "It's bigger than the music business and nothing we can do. And no, it's bigger than the music business and nothing we want to challenge without risking consequences."
From the Jewish
We
people.
all protested as we walked back into the house. I remember word for word
The house
the
was
last
somebody
thing he
Jewish.
said. "It's out of my hands now.
It's in the Jewish
Just remember,
people
you
hands.
signed an agreement."
From the
He
Jewish
then closed
people.
the door behind him. The men rushed us to our car and actually waited until we drove off the property.
Damn.
So
The Jewish people were the executives,
this
y'all.
meeting, bro.
Now that's a lot for a meeting right there.
Oh yeah, definitely. And this person
This is
later
how
on he
they
said,
did it.
this person actually ended up leaving the music industry after this happened. A few years after this, he ended up leaving the music industry.
Okay.
And he said he just over the years he just felt guilty because he said as he sat back and he watched these plans come to a reality
Over 2 decades.
he
No
sat
shit,
back and was
Sherlock.
like, wow, they really pulled it off.
Yeah, no shit.
They really pulled this off. He was like, they were told not to sign any more political rappers, any more rappers that had messes in their
No
music.
positive.
So my thing is to this guy, right, that walked away. I bet he think, because he walked away from it, and he wasn't around. He was only around like at the beginning, No, brother. Even if you didn't partake in it fully, you didn't tell the truth. You did not tell the truth. You withheld the truth. So you are still, the blood of your people is still on your hands. Whoever you are, the blood is still on your hands. That's why these people is Hello? That's why these people are passing away like this. The person that walked away, if they are still alive today, just know the blood is still on your hands. You're still going to have to face judgment for your role in this because you knew about it and you said nothing. You warned no one. Not who mattered. And this is what goes on in these secret societies, y'all. These secret societies, what you see, these Greek fraternities, these people strolling, they just the Vanna White of it all. You know what I'm saying? Like, how Wheel of Fortune was a game, but Vanna White was the pretty girl to attract. They just that. That's just the fun stuff. But the upper echelons of it is this. This is their plan. The Jewish people. The Jewish. It's been their plan.
It was all to be gangster rap music that
NWA.
they promoted and put out.
So if you wonder where
And this
Brand
was
Nubians
before
went,
us.
if you wonder where Brand Nubians went, where Poor Righteous Teachers went, where Public Enemy went, where KRS-One went, and all sorts of groups like that was talking,
Yeah.
even Queen Latifah and Moni Love and those, what I'm
Everybody.
saying? It's a back door.
Yeah, anything that was harmless, fun rap, anything that had a message in it had to go.
Yeah, that's why if you even notice though, now
we talk about that all the time.
Even be brief with it, you know what I'm saying? Those charms that came out like maybe 1988, 89, the African charms, those they lasted for about 2 years and they disappeared real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. Now, after reading all this, you know, it actually made me feel a few different ways. The first emotion I felt was shocked, because I was definitely taken back by this, just knowing the level of evil that's involved by even thinking of a plan like this. You know what I'm saying? The second emotion I felt was anger. Anger because it's not enough for them to exploit our culture and make all the money off of it. Because let's keep it real, the industry has never been favorable towards the artists. Never. But they're going to go beyond the artists to get the artist to influence and lure in the consumer, which they knew at the time were mainly minorities. In other words, keep promoting gangster rap so that the youngsters will be influenced by them, which in turn will incite them to want to act like them, and it's a very good chance they'll end up in their prison. So they're getting paid twice. They're getting paid from the artists they signing, and then they're getting paid from the people that these artists influence that goes to prison trying to be like these artists.
11-11. 11-11 on the clock.
They making a killing.
A killing.
They're using the music business to promote their private prison business.
My man is right there talking that right. 1988, a man named Tom Beasley, man. That's the co-founder of the corrections for Corporation of America. That's the CCA. You know what I'm saying? Excuse my French. I'm reading this thing right there real quick. It's the CCA. So in 1988, he founded that, and this is in straight concert with the same thing. So it's like the music business. You do what you do on your side. And over here with the correction facilities, we're going to do on this side because, and now in 1970, there was 500 prisons. You know what I'm saying? Only 500 prisons in the United States. To this day, there's 1,700 prisons right now. That means big business. I'm talking about that done flippled over. You know what I'm saying? If flippled over is a word. Because they're making a lot of money off of these things per inmate. You know what I'm saying? So getting with this, with the same thing of the music, it all went hand in hand, and we just partying at the same time.
So
we should be able to sue the country.
Is the tool
we should be able to sue the country for this.
Music is the
because we can definitely prove
and
it.
The young consumers are the prey. It's a cold game.
Cold game, bro.
Cold game. Then I feel sad. Sad because everything we seem to try to create, we always seem to give it away. We're always being tricked and deceived into believing that they have our best interests at hand when clearly they never have and they never will.
Who is they?
They never will have our best interests at hand. It's blow after blow after blow after blow.
Who is they? Yep. The people that call you goyim, cattle. That's who they is. The people who think they can do this to you because they call us
fair
goyim.
use. Fair use. Now, so
even though they're going,
how did they do it? How did they do it? How did they enact this plan? Well, he told you part of it, right? He told you part of it, because see, it's still some stuff that they have to leave out, but you know, I'm gonna fill you in on something. And this one is about to hurt, but it's time for y'all to, you know, hey, whatever. But how did they do it? They hired quote unquote actors. And I'm not saying that this next one is an actor at all, by no means. Well, he was an actor. But what I'm saying is they took people and gave them an image. See? And they lived in this image. And it was not really them at all. It was an image.
I'm most like my mom.
Fair use.
I'm arrogant. Totally arrogant. I agree. I have to say it. Like at work, I can't hold a job. I just quit my job today, actually, because I wanted to come and do this. And they wouldn't let me. And I felt like it was important, and it was more important than serving pizza. And we had enough people, so I felt like since I'm an actor, they should understand. They should have let me do it, but they didn't. and then I had a cold, so they were making me work in a freezer. And I'm really not one to be disrespected, and I felt like that was disrespectful because I asked to go, So I quit, and he told me I couldn't quit, and that even made me hyper. I'm arrogant, so when he told me I couldn't quit, and we had all these customers, I chose that time to jump on a soapbox, grab my leather jacket, light a cigarette in front of him, smoke, and leave. In the
Very
middle of a rush.
dramatic.
So that was natural. That's arrogance at the top. That's, I think, almost like my mother. And she likes it. She'll see it in me and know it. And we clash a lot because I'm arrogant, she's arrogant. And you should see us when we get in our little attitude moves. It's like husband and wife, or it's brother and sister. But it's father, mother, and it's really father, mother, and son. She's my father and mother. So, yeah, we know tips and everything. But it's good.
It was
me.
Okay, well, you were saying how much you like her.
I ain't got a question of sexuality because everybody else is already playing these videos and doing it.
I am not questioning Tupac's sexuality. Please, I don't want to go there with this. I've seen others in their videos, talking about, like, there is a video out there of Michael Jai White being interviewed, and I'm sure everybody has seen that, video by now. But I'm not questioning his sexuality. I'm questioning the image part of it.
What image part of it, you ask? Okay, so when the interview that I just got done speaking about, it was Michael Jai White, and he said that pretty much Tupac was kind of effeminate, just like how you seen here. Just like how you seen here. If you would have not known that this was Tupac, a lot of straight dudes would not vibe with him sitting up talking like that with those kind of mannerisms. I'm just keeping it all the way 100. But since it's Tupac, heterosexual black men gonna do what they do best. Turn a blind eye. But let their cousin or their brother or somebody, who don't got the fame and money of Tupac do that, then they'll be ready to beat them. And that's just how it is. That's wrong. Because you'll turn a blind eye to these guys. You see them on TV kissing each other. You see them getting caught up with transgender. You see them. But you'll turn a blind eye to that because they got money. And like I said on one of my videos, it just only means that you can be bought. But Michael Jai White was being interviewed, and he pretty much said that Tupac, the Tupac that he knew was, not like the image that he portrayed. And I've seen a couple people say that. And he said that it wasn't until he played that role, Bishop, from Juice, he took that and ran with that. And he was already a great actor. You just seen him talking about it here. So he knows how to play a role. And you're going to go on to hear him say that when he played that role, he got the attention that he wanted from the girls. So, and that's why I said I'm not here to question his sexuality. Not one because everybody else already is, and then two, here he is saying that he's into women. So, that's he's saying that he's into women. So I just take that and go with that. But the macho persona came from that role that he played, that Bishop character.
They came up with these images, y'all. That is, and they made you believe that dudes like Tupac, what I just showed you, who loves to read, who loves reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Who's taught me reading, which is, I love reading, writing, and arithmetic. That's it. Like, I feel a lot of friends because I have respect for women, ultra respect for women. But then, like, I was liking this girl in Tam, and I'm extra nice, extra gentleman. I'm extra just like, oh, you're beautiful and you deserve the best. And she told me I was too nice. I couldn't believe it. It wouldn't work because I was too nice. That was the ultimate stab in the back. So I went through a week of just going, forget it, I'm just going to be like them. Because they seem to get the girls, and they call girls the B words, they smack and beat, and they're getting girls, and I'm going, peace, and I think you're beautiful, and they're going to me, well, I like him because he's masculine. I'm masculine. I mean, and with the guy, and like yesterday he was cursing, and I was like, don't curse, and he got mad at me because I told him not to curse. And when his rich people from Jamaica and everything comes to see him, they'll be, oh, these people, and that's... I loved my classes. We were exposed to everything. Theater, ballet, listen to different types of music.
Please play the 17-year-old Tupac, the interview. That's who he was. Yeah.
See? That interview.
So this goes on, like I said, a lot of people have seen that interview where Michael Jai White is talking about Tupac, and he caught a lot of flack from what he said, but it's true. He just told you in the interview, he just told you he was nice to girls, but they didn't want him, that's a toxic trait in black women, unfortunately. And they'll sit up and play like they don't like them bad boys, but they do. And they consider that masculinity. And that's why many of them go back. But, hey, I have a message to my black women coming. And I also have a message to my black men, too. My heterosexual black men. Because, oh no, I have 2 videos of me addressing black gay men in the black gay community. So yeah, y'all not exempt either.
Okay, so this is part 1. I'm gonna have to do this. Nah, I saved the best for last. First of all, and this from me. First of all, I want to tell you that I, as a gay man, have chewed out and put my own community on blast. I have also addressed black women, and I chewed them out as well. Now, to my heterosexual black men, you have no excuse to say things like, he ain't say nothing to his own people or to women. Here come another fag trying to tell us how to be a man. But a lot of you still will, because a lot of you have become cowards that do nothing but deflect and blame others. I have never seen such coldness between men like I have seen with heterosexual black men. You walk past each other and won't even speak to each other. Willie Lynch sure did a number on us, but we have continued his vision for us by not accepting our faults for what we have done to the Most High and to each other. We could break this curse if we really wanted to, but it's a shame that whoever was to do it will have a target on his back from his own people. Why? Because black men don't like to see each other shine. Black men don't like to see each other happy. You want to know how I know? Because it's the same way over on the LGHD TV side as well, and we are worse. Catch it. Yeah, we way worse. Some of you may look at us as beneath you, but we are still men. We actually could help each other out, gay and straight black men. But I know most will be too worried about a man coming on to him. I do understand where you come from when you express those type of views. I am not going to act like there are some gay men who just don't know how to be respectful, and that is real. I will say this. I am not saying it is right, but maybe how you feel about gay men complimenting you is how some women feel when straight men approach them in a derogatory way. And I'm not saying all straight men do this either. Also, straight men, I need you to do me a favor and have a talk with some of your so-called straight brothers about something called queer baiting. This is what NLE Choppa is allegedly currently being accused of. What do I think about it? In time, he will be just like the dude from the TV show Empire that ended up on Fans Only. He recently said, I am not a gay baiter because I post a selfie in the mirror showing off how beautiful I am. I am not a gay baiter if I post a picture showing off how much God has blessed me from below the waist with something that got women going crazy. I am not a gay baiter because in my Playgirl shoot, I showed a piece of my ass. I can't show a piece of my own ass without being called a name. It's my ass. I'm not a gay baiter because I showed my ass to a lady photographer. My response? As I roll my eyes, shaking my head, sure. Yeah, okay. Sure. As sarcastic as I can say my response, but he knows that he has a gay fan base as well, and that his little pictures of him in thigh-high boots will drive his gay fan base wild. All except for me, because I am not a fan of his, and I can't stand queer baiters. Gas chamber. This is why I don't feel sorry for the other boy. What is Black Boy Max or whatever his name is? You play gay games and you get gay prizes, doofus. I mean, what did he really expect? Like Nico said, doing gay things but hating gay results. A lot of straight men know what they be doing and why they do it, to make money off of the gay community. Well, there is a karmic harvest for sowing seeds like that. There are some straight men who have whole feet pages and they know that they are not doing this for women. The majority of women are not sucking on no man's toes. That is predominantly a man thing that they do to women during certain sexual positions. And I already proved this with statistics even in the last chapter of my book. Well, some straight men have feet pages on Instagram or X, Twitter, so gay men can lust after them. They want the attention and money from gay men in private, but in public, these are the type of men who still wants to be able to say that they are straight around their boys. If you are doing this, I do not think that you are straight. I do not believe in gay for pay. Neither does God. It's very deceptive to the guy that thinks that he is straight. This goes for straight men who turn a blind eye to their favorite rappers kissing. Also, the sexual weirdness that goes on with these dudes in the NBA/NFL as well. I say this all the time. Once I hear a man says that he is straight, I don't look at him in that way. There are too many other fine-ass, openly gay black men who don't want to be serious, but they are there, that are available. Besides, I am not on that anyways. I have been celibate for almost 2 years now and haven't been in a real relationship ever. I just came to that conclusion about 2 years ago. But that is one big problem that I have with some straight men, and this is why I believe gay men keep trying straight men. Think about it. You have a group of straight men queer baiting. It makes it bad for the others who are not on no queer baiting type of time, because the ones who are not doing it could be seen that way too when they are not. But enough about that. When it comes to black men as a whole, we don't want to support each other out of fear that our brother will do better than us. Even the other races of men know that we don't stick together. But with this last election, even the other races of men showed their stupidity. Black men, on the other hand, stood the fuck up. And I'm proud of you. I'm proud of black men for that. Manhood is not determined by how well you can fight. If that were the case, a whole lot of women would put some of you dudes to shame. I have a female cousin that I have seen knock grown men out. Manhood is not determined by how fast you quickly pull a gun. In fact, pulling a gun shows weakness and tenderness. Men that are quick to pull guns are tender-hearted. They can't take much. You live by the gun, you die by the gun. It's very true. What you do to others will happen to you. Manhood is not determined by your street credibility, which black men need to learn. None of them have any. Ask the guy who snitched on you to get the plea deal while you are in jail, upholding a standard nobody lives by. It's always no snitching until it's your mom or child that gets shot, and then you beef with people who didn't tell you because they uphold the same foolish code until it's their mom or child. You can't have it both ways. On one hand, you live by the no snitching code, but on the other hand, when a loved one gets shot, you all ears, or pressuring a witness to go testify. And not all, but I have seen the majority do this. How about eliminating the code that nobody lives by anyway? The proof is all the people who snitch being out on plea deals while the people who did not snitch are still in jail. If I could ask questions to all the young niggas, I would ask, why do some of y'all cry when you get sentenced for life after you committed the crime that you did? Did you not think that you would get caught? Did you not think that you would get caught? Do you watch all these shows like First 48 Hours, Forensic Files, and etc.? Don't you see how these detectives use the same interrogation tactics? Sometimes they don't even have to try all that hard to get a confession out of your so-called bro. Do you really think your bro is not going to snitch on you to save his own ass? You are 4 deep in a car going to delete an op. You might be smart, but at least 2 out of the 4 of you are complete dummies and will get you all caught up. How many times does it have to happen for you to see that you are not special and that eventually you will get caught? My thing is, how do you get mad knowing what you did and say things to the victim's family like, are you happy now? It's like, do you not understand that if you wouldn't have been out deleting someone, you would not be in the position that you are in? So are you happy now? Is the question. From the reactions that I see when most of you break down and cry after you hear that life sentence, I will say no. It's so sad to see these young kids throw away their whole life over some dumb shit. What makes me mad is how tough they are on the street, but in the courtroom they cry. What also makes me mad is how you mostly only terrorize your own people. I seen an Instagram video of all these hood dudes grouped up talking big shit, but as soon as the police pulled up, they all scattered like roaches. They let these white officers taunt them. It was very degrading because these dudes are supposed to be so tough, but was literally controlled by just 3 officers. Some street dudes that walked away from that life get upset when they hear people like me talking about the glorification of street life. And they feel like I don't have a right to talk about this and I'm not from the streets and all of this stuff. It's just it's a weirdo mentality. It's just like on the gay side of things with the whole ballroom scene and how, I looked at them as, gangs and gang mentality. And you'll hear a lot of them say, oh, if you're not ballroom, then you shouldn't talk about ballroom. It's the same thing, just opposite end of the spectrums. Obviously, it must not be good if you had to walk away from it. It's not your God, or maybe it is. Anyway, that street life that you remember, talking to the OGs, that street life that you remember is not what's going on right now, because the dudes are not the same. They're not even the same as you. When I was young, the gangsters had heart. They were to be respected because even though they did what they did, they still showed love to their community. They didn't rob women, delete kids, and rob the elderly. It is not like that today. I always hear the old heads talk about honor. Well, these street dudes of today have no honor or morals. The street dudes of today don't care about nothing until they are sitting in court across from a judge and the judge is telling them that they have life. And it's like when that gavel hits, then it's like magic is wore off. Reality set in. And then the tears. And that's what I don't get. It's like, where was this energy when you was doing this shit? I avoid most black dudes who wear Jordans because they are usually the ignorant type of dude. I don't care. I said what I said. And my proof is the shooting that happened in the shoe store located in Monroe, Louisiana. For these shootings over these shoes to still be happening in 2025 is a shame. The man doesn't even play basketball anymore. And these are the same shoes that he has already came out with. Even back then, 30 years ago, we acted the same way over these. Well, y'all acted the same way because I've never owned a pair of Jordans. Never stuck my foot in a pair of Jordans. And baby, I have made enough money to buy Jordans. I can buy a pair of Jordans right now if I wanted to. But no, I refuse. I'm good. It's stupid. But even back then, 30 years ago, we acted the same way. Well, y'all acted the same way over these shoes, and you really want to believe that we have not been programmed. You won't even fight over a job application. Some of you won't even fight that hard to see your kids, but you will fight over these Jordans. And why Jordans? I could never understand the obsession that black men have over these shoes. And I am sorry, but it's a specific type of dude that I am talking about. The one where he doesn't work, he flopped that basketball after high school, he was a class clown all through school to hide the fact that he can't read and barely knows math, wouldn't apply himself, he flopped at being a rapper, he smokes weed all day, he has no vision, no plan, no work ethic, hangs around bums because he is a bum, commits crime, lives off of a woman who is dumb enough to buy him Jordans. Sometimes even sacrificing money that she's supposed to spend on her kids. Has multiple kids that he does not take care of, might even be DL, but has the audacity to try and look down on me because I'm gay. Now, ain't that about a bitch? I associate those types of men that I just described with Jordans. They never have any money, but somehow, they always have the latest pair of Jordans on their feet. I stay away from these types because these types of men are actually feminine. A real masculine man is a provider, a leader, and I do know that all black men who wear Jordans are not like what I described. Instead of buying Jordans, you should be out buying you some weatherproof boots for what's to come. What are you going to do when the Civil War breaks out and you find out that you have deleted all of your help? That's another question that I have to these guys, old block, and these guys down in Florida. You know, what are you going to do when the Civil War breaks out and you find out that you have deleted all of your would-be help via gang warfare that could have helped you fight? Did you know that white nationalists, which is a code word for white racists, have been training even before 2020, for a civil war that is coming. You know, when I speak of white nationalists, I'm talking about some of those white organizations. You know, these will be the kids of the Ku Klux Klan. You know, but they don't do all of that old stuff. They feel how they feel. This would be like that Dylan Roof guy, or the guy that went into that that church and had fellowship with them people and then turn around and delete it, all 9 of them. Evil. Just evil like that. Do you know that these people have been training even before 2020 for a civil war that is coming? Have you seen the videos on Instagram and other social media platforms of white fathers training their children how to shoot guns? Who do you think they are teaching them to shoot? Why do I think they are teaching them to shoot? To do what they did to black people right after Hurricane Katrina, where they blew the levees. After they run out of food, they will come out of their fortresses to hunt, and it will not just be animals. They will do what their ancestors did to Nat Turner and the slaves on their plantations, same as what they did to some of the Egyptian mummies. They believe they can get power from this disgusting, inhumane act. So while you are out there deleting your own cousin and smoking him up in your blunt in reference to the rappers beefing down in Jacksonville, Florida, or wherever part of Florida they are at, you are only depleting our own manpower. How about this? Start following the laws of the Most High and you will never go wrong. A real man is a provider in the home. He is a priest in his home, and he is the connection between God, the Most High, and that man's family. Women and children go to the Most High through the man who is the head of the household. Like women, most men want this title of king of the castle and head of household, but you unemployed. My uncle says it best. He always quotes from the Bible. But if any provide not for his own, and especially for those of his own house, he have denied the faith, and is worse than an infidel. 1 Timothy 5:8, King James Version. An infidel is an unbeliever who would definitely believe on Judgment Day. Shame on a man who abandons his family only to later on establish a whole new family and forgets about his first set of kids, especially if the woman of the first set does not prevent him from seeing his kids. Maybe if you would not have fornicated in the first place, and if you slip because we are not perfect, maybe if you would have used a condom, you would not have to deal with a crazy baby mama. Shame on men for wanting to be seen collecting awards and stuff, but they got kids all over town. That's nobody to follow. That's okay. It's all fun and games until you are sitting on a table and the doctor tells you you have an incurable STD. Then you get mad, but what about the part you played? If you wouldn't have been doing what you were doing in the first place, would this have even happened? I can only say this because that is the same question I had to ask myself. Owning the part that we play in a situation is a tough pill to swallow. Stop fornicating without marriage while you still have your health. You will regret the consequences of your actions. But the Most High shows mercy even in his chastisement, and you will be surprised what you can live through. A man is not determined by how many children he can produce, but rather how many of his kids does he take care of, even after they are grown. Being a father is a lifetime commitment. Stop lying to these women to get them into bed, promising them the world when you don't have a pot or a window. All you have is piss. Why is it that so many black men don't aspire to have their own place? And if they do aspire, why not work towards that goal? You got money for weed and Henny every week, but no place of your own to stay. Yes, you smoke the strong, but always at somebody else's dwelling. If you are going to smoke, why not smoke in your own department? Get your own department. Get your own apartment. And that's another thing. Like, bro, I mean, I don't know, man. It's like, smoke your weed, bro. But I just want you to know, when y'all be coming into these stores and stuff like that, and by the time you come into the store, y'all be stinking. It don't smell good. It stinks. It stinks. Like, not a, oh, he's smoking that loud. No, you stink. Like, you ain't took a bath in like 3 days. You got the hot flashy whip, but no place of your own to lay your head. I know how it feels to live in a car. I am no better than you, but even I know that a man should have his own place. It's okay to be down. I have been there, but I got up. All praise to the Most High God. I really have a hard time understanding my brothers today. It is not okay to live off of a woman. I could never understand that. And I'm going to say that again. I really have a hard time understanding my brothers today. It is not okay to live off a woman. I could never understand that. You out here slanging that thing, but get mad a year later when child support comes. And now you are bringing home less than 50% of your pay. Whose fault is that? And then you continue to make babies. Seriously, whose fault is that? And when faced with your wrongs, your first response is, I don't care. You are already defeated. Then some will even quit their jobs to avoid paying for the seed that they dropped. What a shame. It's hard to feel sorry for a man who is steady making baby with tack heads at that. One of the ways we can cut down on child molestation is both men being careful about who they have kids with and women being careful about who they leave their kids with. And while I'm on the topic, okay, I've seen this a lot. I've seen this a lot with heterosexual men. So, he don't want to have, some men, they don't want to have nothing to do with the kids unless they can have sex with the baby mama. And that's just wrong. That's wrong. That's low vibrational. We got to do better in that sense, man. Got to do better in that sense. I mean, I've literally seen that. I've seen women go through that. Like, they have a baby daddy and he don't want to do nothing, for the kids unless he can still, eat her out or get some here and there. And that's wrong. That's wrong, man. That's wrong. And it's like, these guys that do stuff like that, when stuff happen in their life, they never connect the dots. They never connect the dots. They can't even see it. It's just like, you think you hurting your baby mama, but you really hurting your child. And in turn, the Most High is going to hurt you for hurting your child. That's just how it go. But that is just some low vibrational stuff, man. It really is. And men who shame women or try to make women feel insecure because she might make more money than he do. It's like, man, grow up. Grow up. Either, let her go, get somebody that's on your level and let her move on and find somebody else, or do the work and rise to the occasion and get on your partner's level. But don't sit there and hang on to her and be miserable. It's just, man, don't stay in misery, man. And I mean, if you are that type of man that where you don't like your partner to make more money than you, then I mean, you need to get you a plain Jane girl, who you make more money than. I mean, I've experienced that on my side of things where, my partner didn't like that I made more money, but it is what it is. It's either you gonna rise to the occasion or you gonna bounce, or I'm gonna bounce. So but I don't feel that, guys that who won't have nothing to do with their kids unless they can get some from their baby mama. It's toxic, it's low vibrational, and it's like you obviously ain't learned the lesson from the first time. I mean, cause y'all ain't together, right? So why do you keep going back? And then when something else happens, you'll be sitting there complaining. No, I shouldn't fuck with her, man. Yeah. Quit going back. I don't know. And if you are that man where you pay all the bills and you do everything and you Superman, that does not give you license to cheat. Cause I mean, that's no bueno. That's not good. So, you need to be single. I never understand, like, why do people waste each other's time, man? Why waste each other's time? It don't make no sense. It is not okay to live off a woman. I could never understand that. You out here slanging that thing, but get mad a year later when child support comes. And now you are bringing home less than 50% of your pay. Whose fault is that? And then you continue to make babies. Seriously, whose fault is that? And when faced with your wrongs, your first response is, I don't care. You are already defeated. Then some will even quit their jobs to avoid paying for the seed that they dropped. What a shame. It's hard to feel sorry for a man who is steady making baby with tack heads at that. One of the ways we can cut down on child molestation is both men being careful about who they have kids with and women being careful about who they leave their kids with. You always got money for weeds, partying and drinking, but you had no place of your own to lay your head. Or life insurance to bury yourself, as my granny would say. You always got money for weeds, partying and drinking, but you had no place of your own to lay your head, or life insurance to bury yourself in case you get shot at the bar. Now your family has to come up with money to bury you while they are grieving. How sad. And then some things that I've been seeing recently, man, y'all people that be firing at people at these funerals, man. Hell has a special place for you, bro. Firing at these people. That's crazy, man. It's crazy. No respect for anything. Okay, you in a beef, you in a war, but damn, you gotta fight. I mean, what about all the people that ain't had nothing to do with whatever y'all got going on? But then these same brothers, though, they will get in that courtroom and sit there and cry when they hear they have life in prison. I just be sitting there like, how? I mean, what did you think was gonna happen? What did you think? Did you not think that you would get caught? Did you not? I mean, especially like in Chicago, they have cameras everywhere. They have cameras everywhere. It don't make no sense. Now your family has to come up with money to bury you while they're grieving. How sad. And while we're talking about the bar, you dudes that I seen in that club, probably down in Houston or ATL, standing in that section, pouring all your liquor on the ground, are dumb as a box of rocks. Y'all some dummies. Please don't follow that trend. It's really stupid. It's dumb, man. It's just a waste of money. Like, it's a waste of money. I would never believe, like, if I was these white folks, I would never, you ain't in no recession. You got it. I just seen you on the Instagram video pouring that big Don Julio bottle out on the floor. You got so much money that you can pour Don Julio out on the floor, a whole bottle. And you ain't even drink it. You poured it out on. But I do notice that you haven't paid any child support for your kids. I know the cleanup crew had to be pissed. I would be mad as hell if I had to clean all that liquor up. What is up with the gold teeth? It's okay for one or two, but these grills need to go. And females look even worse doing this stunt because that's what it is, a stunt. Negroes can't even buy shoes for their kids, but you mean to tell me you can afford gold and diamonds in your mouth? Don't let these rappers fool you, bro. Most of them do not live the lives they rap about. The jewelry, stacks of money, and all the other materials you think they own are really rented. And then as far as you, because I see you coming into the stores with pulling out your wads of money and then be on social media flossing like you got money. That's your re-up money. Quit playing. That's your re-up money, man. It's time to quit stunting, man. They just fool you into believing a lie while you are out here in the real world trying to live their fantasy. You hear that? They just fool you into believing a lie while you, the real niggas, the real lions, are out here in the real world trying to live their fantasy. What blew me was when I learned that one rapper who rapped about doing drugs actually never did drugs, and he actually has a college degree. I was happy to hear he didn't do the drugs he rapped about. I was hurt because he knows that he is an influencer on these young black kids. We all know the spiel about how they should be positive role models, so I won't go into that, but it's a shame. Why glorify a life you don't even live, that you know will influence these kids to actually do the drugs you lie about doing? Some of these black celebrities, before I go on, I'm going to answer my own question here at some point in this video. Some of these black celebrities have been paid to lead their own people down the wrong path. Think about it. All this money in black Hollywood, but certain celebs in the NBA, NFL, actors, actresses, and the music industry can't come together for the better of our people. Think about how many black moguls we have, and you mean to tell me they can't come together? And I don't believe they can't come together because I know they can. An elite group of powerful people, Jewish, will stop at nothing to keep us from uniting because it would expose their lie. I do believe some of these black moguls and celebrities do want the best for their people. It's just that there is an elite group of evil people, Jewish, that have only been allowed to stay in 5 countries because everywhere else they've been kicked out, that have been standing in the way, which is coming to an end. I digress. I had seen a man in my local Walmart doing the penguin walk down the aisle. The penguin walk is when you walk with your legs and feet far apart because you're trying to keep your pants up. You know what I'm talking about. You know. But you know the penguin walk. When the penguin walk is when you walk with your legs and feet apart because you are trying to keep your pants up. Many men don't even know why they sag their pants. They just do it. And then you know what bothers me? So then when they see me, right, then all of a sudden they want to pull their pants up. You should have been had your fucking pants pulled up, dummy. I don't want to see your ass though. I don't want to see your ass. So, but yeah, I am glad that, hey, if I have to be that, that thing that when you see me and, you know, you immediately pull your pants up, then so be it. Because you need to pull your fucking pants up. It don't make no sense. Many men don't even know why they sag their pants. They just do it. They fail to realize that they have been brainwashed by rap music and street life to think this is acceptable. I don't care what any man thinks. When you sag your pants, you are exposing your butt. The behavior came from prison life. Gay men would do this to let it be known they were available. And it's like, this ain't the first time that they done heard this. They've heard it, and yet they still continue to do it. And then but then I'm not gay, I'm not. But then when a gay man is looking at them, I don't get you. I don't understand you. And then you'll turn around and say the same thing to a woman that got her titties all out. But somehow you can't. The behavior came from prison life. Gay men would do this to let it be known they were available. Shame on men out here sagging with dirty underwear on. And shame to any woman that sleeps with a man that does this behavior. That is another thing, women. I'm sorry, I know I was on the men, but that's another thing, women. You sleep with these men, and the signs of them being an undercover brother, a sodomite, or a homosexual be right in your face. And when you find out that he sleeps with men on the low, you act surprised. Just like that one social media influencer and his wife, the one that found out she was paying rent or something like that, that's messing with that boy that used to put on dresses and stuff like that. It's like, ma'am, if you have to ask, is he gay? Leave him alone. I am speaking from experience. I'd be like, I thought you had a woman's intuition. Leave. If it were not happening, there would not be an uprise in women contracting HIV and AIDS. The consequences come in all forms. We do not get to choose our consequence. Some of you don't want the Bible to be real, but you want all the benefits from the God you pray to. Then some of you turn around and scoff and say his word is not real, or his word is a white man's book, when the Bible actually condemns the so-called white man who was called Esau. But we call him Mayo. You will know that if you actually read the Bible. All of the important people, such as Christ and his people, were described as black and dark skinned. King Solomon from the Bible had dreads. You should not speak on things that you have not studied, because if it is true, and which I know his word is true, not only will you have to pay for being an infidel towards your family, but you will also have to pay for those words you spoke against the Most High when you say things like white man's book. Let us not forget God blesses us even when we don't deserve. So even after you spoke against his word, he still blessed you with that car, etc. So in judgment, if you don't get into the new kingdom, you couldn't say anything He already blessed you after you talked down on him. So the part where you hear, if he never did anything else for me, he will be justified, comes in on the day of judgment. He blessed you all while you were on earth, but you never learned about him. You talked about his word, but then prayed to him when your family was sick, and he delivered. You can't get mad at the one time he chooses not to deliver based on your action towards him. Nobody likes someone who only calls when they need something. In order to get into the kingdom, you cannot be a part-time acquaintance, meaning you only use God when he benefits you. When I was a little boy, my dad would read, the law, Bible/seed to me. I think he knew what I would face in the future, and the Spirit moved over him to sow that seed into me. Only God knew how it would come to harvest in the future. I remember him reading, "Thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. It is an abomination." Leviticus 18:22, King James Version. "And if a man also lie with mankind as he lie with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them." Right here, I believe this was talking about HIV. Leviticus 20:13, King James Version. "And the woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment, for all that do so are abomination unto the Lord thy God." Deuteronomy 22:5. I grew up, I went out into the world and lived a sodomite lifestyle, dwelled in that culture. I even made myself believe I was born that way because I did not want to face what happened to me as a child, as most gay people don't, that have been molested, because not everybody that have made it to the LGBTQIA community have been molested. I now know that I was not born that way. It's not even possible. I got older and it started to become more clear that I was not living right, especially since the Father himself warned me twice in my adult life, right around my college years. I was really out there. I thought I was really out there. Oh, I thought I was. Because I've always had a conscience and I've always had conviction. So I thought I was out there. From what I've seen and what I've come to know, baby, I was out there. I was still doing wrong, but yeah. I mean, around 2009, destruction started to set in, and it really hit hard. For about 7 years, the Father works in 7-year cycles. I went through an unbelievably troubled time. Towards the end of those 7 years, I gave my life over to the Father. I stopped living the homosexual hookup lifestyle, and things changed. I have peace, faith, and truth. I should have been dead a long time ago. I have been in shootouts and other dangerous situations, but because of the Father and his Son, I am covered, and I was able to repent. And just so no, I'm not a street guy. Like, I'm not, I'm not, but I've been in shootouts. I talked about one time, I was in Detroit and I was with some friends, and this was during Gay Pride, and a group of boys walked up and they started shooting at the crowd. Street life, because the club was kind of hood, but I should have been dead a long time ago, and I'm thankful that through the grace and mercy of the Most High that I am still here. I am so thankful and grateful for everything that I have, the lessons that I have learned. Like I said, I've been in shootouts and other dangerous situations, but because of the Father and his Son, I am covered, and I was able to repent. Repenting is a daily thing because the devil does come at you so many ways. Don't think once you make the choice to repent or change, it's over, because we are in a spiritual war, and it's going to be amped up. So, I believe the lifestyle that I was living It's a spirit and it can be overcame. Romans 1 King James Version is absolutely true. It describes what I went through very well. For this cause God gave them up unto vile affections, for even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature, and likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust toward one another. Men with men working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error which was meet. And even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind, to do those things which are not convenient, being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whispers, backbiters, haters of God, despiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents, without understanding, covenant breakers, without natural affection. Without natural affection, do you know that means that, like, you become so numb that somebody could literally get taken out from right in front of you. That's without natural affection, or implacable, unmerciful, implacable, unmerciful, who knowing the judgment of the Most High, that they which commit such things are worthy of death, not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them. Romans 1:26 through 32. The seed that was sown into me a long time ago sprouted. I still have my struggles in other areas of my life that I'm still working on. This is a race, but at least I am clear on that. And I am thankful for what my Father is doing in my life. Shalom. And nobody deserves salvation. I say it all the time. We are all as filthy rags. I do believe in love. But unfortunately, that's something very rare to come by, period, in the world, because I am somebody that have been stabbed in the back, since I was young. So, but you know what? It is what it is. And so, I do have a picture here. You see what time it is. So, I was going to tell you two stories about two guys that I knew. There's no homo type stuff or anything like that. But I was going to tell you two stories about two guys that I knew that really used to treat me bad when we were kids. Class clowns, bullies, and stuff like that. But to make a long story short, I told both of these stories in the last chapter of my book. But to make a long story short, the one I went to elementary school with him, and he was just mean, man, just always calling me out my name, and then years later when we got grown, I moved back to Toledo. I saw him at the store, and he was begging for money, and then the other guy, he was always just rude, like always like calling me out my name. You a fag, you this, but lo and behold, this whole time, this man was out here. I ain't saying, accusing him of doing no homo stuff. I'm just talking about he was popping pills on pills, got addictions, this is when I worked at Toledo Hospital. So one day I walks in and it was him, but I didn't even know it was him. But guess what? He remembered me though, and I used to always, every time I would come in his room, I would try to do his vitals, and he would let me do them, but he just always had this like mean mug on his face, like like he hated my ass. But I didn't even that, and that should go to show you, like, I didn't even know these guys. These was local guys from the local gang, who I didn't even know, you know. But yeah, man, he died. He died from an enlarged heart, from popping pills all the time, living that gang life, you know, but having the audacity to hate me. And I've done nothing to this man. Wasn't even my type. I'm 5'6", and he was shorter than me with a big ass head, dark skin. Not saying that but he was dark skinned, just not my type at all. I would never even look at him. And them always be the ones that have something to say. And it's like, why? Like, I'm not even checking for you or looking your way, but used to, try to mistreat me so bad. And but I was one of his last people to take care of him. And I say this to say, y'all got to be careful how you treat people. You got to be careful who you treat people. Some men have so much animosity and smoke for gay men, and it's just like, I can speak for me. I don't even, like, I'm not studying you. Not looking at you. I don't want you. I don't care if you, hate gay people or whatever, whatever. I don't care. But I just want you to know I don't want you. And but yeah, you gotta be careful how you do people, man. You gotta be careful how you do people, because you never know. I did nothing to this man. He would always show me so much hate, and I didn't know it was him until after he had passed away. I didn't even know. I done went on with my life, went to school, went to college, outside of Ohio. Went to school all the way to Kansas. I ain't even thought about this man. But I ended up moving back home, getting a job at the hospital, and, there he was. And so, but it's like you still harbor the same hatred for me, even though in the past I've never done anything to you, never looked your way, would never look your way. I don't think it's me that have the problem. And, we focus on things that, we should not be solely focused on. It's like we have bigger things to worry about. Now, if somebody's trying to do something to your kids, or if somebody's disrespecting you, I get it. I get it. But from what I've seen, I've been the type where I'm just minding my own business, not bothering the soul. And people always want to start shit. So it is what it is. But anyway, I do want to thank you for your time, for your patience, for your support. And yeah, this is going to be where I head off and eat a little something, then take my ass to bed, because it's 2:22 in the morning. But anyway, deuces, and have a good night.